Of course, we're currently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore the tilted balance in favour of granting permission is engaged. Whilst some harm has been identified, officers are satisfied that any adverse impacts resulting from the scheme are clearly outweighed by the benefits of providing 18 additional residential units in this highly sustainable location. Although the number of proposed dwellings would normally trigger the need to provide 40% affordable housing, in this particular case, the viability of the scheme has been tested and unfortunately no affordable housing can be secured. The amenity impacts of the proposed scheme have been carefully considered, and on balance, officers are satisfied that the development will not result in any unacceptable impacts upon the amenities and living conditions of the residential neighbours and future occupants. Whilst the local highways authority still considers some mitigation to be necessary, they've confirmed that the level of harm that would arise from this car-free development is not severe, and as such is unlikely to warrant refusal, or unlikely to warrant refusing planning permission, with reference to paragraph 115 of the MPPF. An informative, however, is proposed in the event that committee grant permission to highlight the fact that future occupiers of the development will not be eligible for parking permits, should planning permission be granted. Moving on to the Cotswold Beechwood SAC, suitable mitigation to address any adverse recreational impacts on the Cotswold Beechwood SAC can be secured through the unilateral undertaking, and members will note from the report that the recommendation is subject to the submission of that unilateral undertaking. Taking into account the economic, social and environmental aspects of the application as a whole, the proposed development would not result in any adverse impacts that would outweigh the clear benefits of the scheme. The recommendation is therefore to grant permission subject to the aforementioned unilateral undertaking and the schedule of conditions set out within the update report. And I'll leave these on the screen, Chair, just as a summary of the conditions that are recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chris. Okay, so we have some speakers. Each speaker has up to 5 minutes, which hopefully will be ample time. The first speaker I'd like to call is Julia Manning, and Julia will be speaking in objection to the committee. Julia, I will just set my timer, but I'm sure you won't go beyond 5. Let me just get this sorted out.
Thank you, Chair.
Hang on, I'll just... Ready when you are.
As you have heard, my name is Julia Manning, and I'm speaking on behalf of my fellow residents at Honeybourne Gate, who are objecting to this proposed development. Naturally, we are disappointed that this application is being recommended for permission, and I will highlight some of the key areas of concern to us. Firstly, due to the close proximity to Honeybourne Gate, the proposed 4-storey building will have a significant detrimental overbearing impact on those apartments which face the site. Honeybourne Gate contains 1- and 2-bedroom apartments occupied exclusively by older people, many of whom have significant mobility issues and therefore spend most or indeed all of their time in their homes. For these people, the view from their apartment is crucial to their quality of life. Most have given up much-loved family homes to make probably their last move to what they presumed would be a safe and congenial environment. Instead, many will be faced with a view restricted to the side wall of a building. For those 20 residents whose homes face the site, the proposed development will represent a significant loss of amenity and will have a substantial negative impact on their well-being and quality of life as a result of its proximity and overpowering size. Secondly, the lack of car parking on the site has been addressed at length in the documentation, but I have found no reference to the building regulations requirement that new buildings should be visitable. the regulations specifically say that where parking is not provided within the curtilage, the approach route should be, and I quote, safe and convenient for everyone, including older and disabled people. Not only will the lack of parking make the apartments virtually uninhabitable for older or disabled people, but the approach for visitors will be neither safe nor convenient. Whether parking at a distance or travelling by bus, the approach will involve crossing either the very busy Gloucester Road or the High Street, or indeed both. The consequence of having no parking facilities for visitors, deliveries or service vehicles will inevitably be that vehicles will park illegally on the narrow footway in the lower High Street, giving rise to unacceptable safety risks for pedestrians on this busy walking route to and from the town centre. A further safety issue relates to the not infrequent bridge hits by large articulated vehicles. These are rarely reported, and the drivers are clearly anxious to exit the area as quickly as possible. This involves reversing into Swindon Street, which is directly opposite the proposed development. It is a complicated and difficult operation. On the last occasion, the lamppost, which is just inches from the front of the proposed building, was damaged in this process. It was replaced 3 weeks ago. The signage on the lamppost warning of the height of the bridge has already been knocked sideways. Thirdly, the Council's Heritage and Conservation Officer has submitted strong objections on the grounds that the scale and massing of the proposal would be out of keeping with the conservation area and have a detrimental impact on the setting of the Grade 2 listed St Mary's Cemetery Chapel. The National Planning Policy Framework is very clear that the protection of heritage assets provides an overriding reason for refusing planning applications. Finally, we do accept the pressing need for additional housing in Cheltenham, and a much reduced development on this site would be acceptable, but it must not be a case of development at any cost. When I was growing up in Cheltenham, the lower High Street was a neglected and declining district. The Borough Council has committed itself to improvement and regeneration of this historic area of the town, and much has been achieved in recent years. Shoehorning this development into such a restricted site will significantly damage the street scene, undoing much of the progress already made, and frustrating the possibility of a sensitive and imaginative development in the future. We respectfully request that the application is refused by the Planning Committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to call Oliver Ryder. Oliver is the agent for the application. Oliver, I'll just reset my timer. Ready to go when you are.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. The application involves the redevelopment of a tired and redundant brownfield site in the town, in a location actively promoted for growth by this council. As members are aware, the government, and indeed this council, supports the aspiration to meet housing needs of the JCS area through the redevelopment of brownfield land in sustainable town centre locations. In this regard, we couldn't score more highly in planning policy terms. This committee has presided over many applications along the High Street for redevelopments of former commercial sites to provide much needed housing. Indeed, the site directly opposite is a recently redeveloped site with a 4-storey apartment block. The current application has been designed to follow the scale of that building, and clearly we're a lot smaller than the neighbouring Honeybourne Gate care development on the other side of the Honeybourne line, which of course is a new development as well. This application has been a long time in the making. The original pre-application discussions took place in 2019, and the final scheme has been developed in line with your officer's advice. We've also made other design changes through the process that have been requested by your officers to ensure that the best possible scheme is achieved whilst retaining viability. And viability is important. Redevelopment sites, brownfield sites with existing development on them have a lot of constraints with them, and they have to be viable to bring forward. In terms of advice, we can only follow the advice provided by the local authority, and we've done that from those early pre-application discussions. I think your officers have got it bang on in their reports where they conclude that the development respects the character of the conservation area. In terms of the conservation area, we are reflecting the scale of nearby buildings. As I mentioned earlier, Honeybourne Gate is a new development. It's, 5-6 stories high. We are fitting in with that character that we now have. It mimics very closely the development completely directly opposite as well. We also confirm that there is an acceptable impact on neighbours as set out by officers. We've heard today about an impact on views. As members of this committee will be aware, fortunately, views aren't a material planning consideration. Light is, overlooking is, overbearing impacts are, but views aren't, and that's what's been talked about. In terms of affordable housing, it's been demonstrated through the robust financial viability report that any development of this site is not viable with affordable housing, unfortunately. And the council has commissioned an independent district valuer who has confirmed that. Nevertheless, the applicant does hope to bring forward some development alongside a registered provider if they can, if it's viable. I'm aware that the application was previously deferred prior to December committee to further consider the car-free nature of the development. Members can assure you that we have been put through the ringer by the Highways Authority. They've made us conduct additional surveys, parking surveys in neighbouring streets in evening hours, which is what they consider to be the time of most parking demand in the area. The additional surveys confirm that there is adequate car parking in neighbouring streets. I understand the Highways Officer has also carried out his own survey work and recorded similar movements. Ultimately, the conclusions from Highways is that there would not be a severe impact on highway safety, as recorded in the papers in front of you. That is the overarching test of planning policy, and in the context of the conclusion of the scheme is acceptable in planning terms. I note that Highways wish to control parking in the area more vigorously in the future in Cheltenham. That's not a matter for this application, though. GCC are ultimately in control of allocating parking permits, and it's not a planning issue. I do realise the local ward councillor has raised some concerns as well over the application, some of which I've already addressed, but respectfully, and as confirmed by your officer's report, they're not matters that could lead to a refusal of planning permission in policy terms. Members, the development meets the clear expectations of the development plan. It's for the redevelopment of a redundant brownfield site in the town, which are important to Cheltenham's chances of meeting its housing supply going forward. Of course, the other alternative is development in AOMBs and Greenbelt land on the edge of the town. Developments like this are a way to stop that from happening, and surely that's preferable. All we hear from the government and other parties are that they want to see brownfield sites being redeveloped in sustainable locations. Members, I hope you'll follow the advice of your officers and the Highways Authority today and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Next, I have Councillor David William, Ward Councillor. David, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with two procedural issues which I think make it unlawful or ultra-virus for you to determine this tonight. The first relates to policy SD12 of the Joint Core Strategy, which at bullet point 9 says councils consider information submitted as part of or in support of viability assessment should be treated transparently and be available for wider scrutiny. The viability report has not been published. You have unlawfully withheld this document from public scrutiny. So we have an applicant saying it's not viable. You have withheld that document, and I will come back to that in a bit. You have also failed to perform a Human Rights Act assessment in respect of First Protocol, Article 1 of the Human Rights Act, protection of property. So the council is not just a local planning authority, it's also a potential financial beneficiary because it owns part of the land, according to Earthlight, it owns part of the land upon which this development is situated. And it has also granted an advertising planning permission on the side of 452, which will be thwarted by having a building plonked in front of it. And despite officers being told in writing several times of these two issues, they have failed to address it. So I think if the objectors judicially review it, you have been told of these problems and it will be reckless to proceed. It might also end up in rotten boroughs, who knows. But it doesn't give a good look to this council, where it is both planning authority and potential financial beneficiary, for things like that to have been withheld. Next, I'll come to the parking. The spat where you cannot sort out the parking between the county council and the borough council in a way that does not mean that the public end up paying whilst the developer makes the profit is also unacceptable. Changing the Zone Z12 parking permissions will require a traffic regulation order, which will cost public money. And yet, we're expecting the county council to pay for that rather than the developer. The council has failed to give due regard to the suggestion of having a Grampian condition on there. And I hope members will ask what that Grampian condition is, how that can be applied, and think of applying it, because there is a reasonable prospect of Zone 12 being reviewed, and the developer should be contributing towards that review, because it isn't just this development that will trigger the review, potentially. So I think members should be asking about that. I also hope that when you did your site visit, you went up onto the Honeybourne line and you looked at the setting of St Mary's Mission in Winston Churchill Memorial Garden, and you see that this block will effectively block the view of the setting of a listed building. But coming back to the parking, right, I am angry that this is such a mess. It's not anger for me, but it is anger because if you don't sort this out, you will fail a huge number of people, because if the development is entitled to parking permits, they will have them. And those streets, I think it was nearly 400% oversubscribed in terms of parking. You will have people trying to reverse onto a B road from cul-de-sacs where there isn't a turning circle because someone has parked in it. You will have roads where the mega cul-de-sac of Market Street, Park Street, Great Western Road, it's already oversubscribed. We've been there, we've done that, we've already talked about that at planning, and you are just failing people by not making the developer pay for the changes to the parking and those the impact of people trying to reverse onto a B road is highways danger. It will cause car accidents. It's also shameful that the council, neither of, well, certainly not the planning authority, had to get the parking survey redone because in an area of high HMO occupancy...
Can you bring your remarks to a close,
Yep.
please?
Say again?
Can you bring your remarks to a
Yeah,
close?
sure. So, in an area of high student occupancy, the parking survey was done when the students were on holiday, and planning didn't pick that up. It took my representations to get that. I'm
Okay,
sorry, but this is a mess,
I've
and it really should be either deferred or refused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Next, I'd like to call Councillor Atherstone, also the Ward Councillor. And ready when you are, Victoria.
Thank you. Sorry. As current member for housing, I was so excited when I first heard about this housing development opportunity. However, I am now extremely disappointed. The developer is not meeting such basic requirements such as affordable housing provision and provision for any parking. In my opinion, one survey taken on one evening should not be accepted as good enough evidence to base their assumptions on. I live in the ward and I know firsthand how hard it is to find just one free parking space. So I dread how awful it would become having an extra 18 homes, all needing somewhere to park. Like the County Council has said, I also find it hard to believe the assumption that only 0.5 car parking spaces will be required per home. And the developer has also suggested that this should be a car-free development, so I'm a bit confused as to which one it is. What about friends and family visiting too? As noted in the report, Zone 12 is already significantly oversubscribed. The NPPF says development should be prevented due to impact on highway safety. And I quote the County Council's most recent comment: "The harm arising from the increased demand for parking and inadequate availability of street parking is likely to affect the amenity of residents of the existing properties and give rise to some road safety issues associated with drivers searching for car parking spaces and having to reverse in the narrow cul-de-sacs when no space is found. I'm also appalled the developer cannot make the development viable to provide any affordable housing. And on this ground alone, I urge the Planning Committee to very carefully consider how you vote on this planning application, when 40% should be provided. The development is already seen by local residents and myself as an overdevelopment, and I feel for local residents, especially at Honeybourne Gate, regarding their loss of privacy, the visual impact of the building right up against the Honeybourne line wall, and general loss of residential amenity in this neighbourhood. I also have grave concerns about safety and disruption during the construction phase of this development, when the front building is so close to the pavement on the lower High Street. Both buildings are so closely packed together, right up against a very high wall, the Honeybourne line, and the low bridge over Tewkesbury Road, aka the lower High Street. It's worth noting there are a number of disused retail units right next door to this development site, and actually with a more holistic approach incorporating all such properties, the requirements for parking, affordable housing provision and safety measures during the construction phase could all be met with a larger development footprint to work with. With all this in mind, I urge committee members to object to this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atherstone. Okay, before we go to member questions, I'm just going to ask the Planning Officer, Chris, to respond to the couple of points on the SD12 and the Human Rights Act.
Thank you, Chair. Starting with the issues relating to viability appraisals, the Planning Department's position is that viability appraisals going forward will be fully published on the Council's website in full, unredacted. And that's our position, and that's been our position for a few months. It's the case that there are a few applications still in the system, older applications, which predate that change in approach. And so those particular viability appraisals haven't been published on the website because it was felt to be procedurally unfair to do that because they'd been submitted on the basis that they wouldn't be shared. But in this particular case, the viability appraisal has been circulated to members of the Planning Committee by the case officer. So whilst it's not publicly available, it has been circulated to members. But as I say, going forward and for the last few months, it is the Council's or the Planning Department's position that these appraisals will be fully accessible on the website in full. Moving on to the human rights issue, and particularly in relation, I think, to the poster hoarding, the advertisement on the adjacent site. It is the case that there is a large hoarding on an adjacent site, but ultimately it's not the role of the planning system or the planning committee to protect a particular view across third-party land, particularly across private land, whether that's a view of the countryside or a view of an advert from the highway. It's not the role of the planning system to protect that view. It's an issue between the developer and the landowner and the adjacent landowner. It's not a matter for the Planning Committee to consider. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. So we can move to member questions. Just for the ease of officers, we will take one question, then an answer, and then the next question. So, Councillor Seacombe, first of all.
Thank you. Could we go back to the ground plan, please, for the site? One more back, I think, and further, not the floor plans, but the actual ground plan of the two buildings. Oh, all right. I thought there was a better one. Okay. Much has been made of car parking and cars, accessibility, etc. I wonder if the people who live in the rear of in Block B, will there be car access to that? Is that narrow lane wide enough to take a car when they are arriving, perhaps in a taxi, if they don't have mobility, when they're not going to walk all the way from the road, and also when, of course, they are loading their furniture into the flat when they move in the first place and move out later on. So I just wonder about the width of that space next to the wall of the Honeybourne line.
I think the answer is no, it's pedestrian access, but I'll let Councillor Chris.
Thank you, Chair. That's correct. It's a pedestrian and cycle alleyway, essentially, providing access to the rear block.
Sorry, if I may add, I think that's a major mistake.
Okay, and next, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. As a matter of tidiness, I'd like the officer recommendations, bullet point 5, updated to say parking permits, not just permits. That's not semantics. I think it's really important. And did the officer consider asking the developer to allow more space at the front on the high street for deliveries? Because there's nowhere to pull in. Has that been discussed? And finally, are there TPOs on the trees?
Sorry, I did say we'd take each question at a time, but you fired off about 4 there. Chris, you want to pick? We do have the highways officer here as well, so he may want to comment on one of those questions, but I'll let Chris respond first.
Thank you, Chair. Starting with the trees, there's no TPO trees here. The trees that will be removed are poor quality specimens, which are mostly suffering from ash dieback. So there's no concerns from the tree officer in respect to those issues. In terms of the front access, there's clearly no bay or unloading bay provided. Whether that was discussed during the course of the application, I'm afraid I can't confirm either way. Thank you, Chair.
I think it was, because I asked the same question. I think highways didn't have any requirement for that. Is that correct, Nathan?
Well, thank you, Chair. It certainly would have been nice to have somewhere to park off-road. I think the counter-argument is that there's double yellow lines and there's yellow ticks on the lines which precludes anyone loading or unloading in the peak hour, and the civil enforcement officer can issue a ticket. So it's not something that... Sorry, Chair. Sorry, can you hear me, Chair? Yes, yeah. Yeah, so it's not something that we asked for, and given they can't afford affordable housing, I think slicing 5 metres off the front of the building is probably likely to make it less viable.
Thank you. Was that all your questions? Thank you. Next I have Councillor Fisher, then Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. The highway parking issue never looks at the streets which were closest to this development, White Hart Street, where there is no permit parking. In fact, there's a major problem with White Hart Street that people drive across the pavement onto a piece of land owned by the county and park there illegally, but the county are unprepared or have no ability to remove them. And I've taken this up with the highest highway officer, Colin Chick. So there's a problem there. And also, Councillor Willingham's question was that we own part of it. Can we confirm that? Because there may, we should declare that at a very early stage.
Nathan, do you want to come back on the highways point?
Yes. Sorry, so Zone 12, the permit zone that we were considering, is Stoneville Street, Bloomsbury Street, Park Street and Market Street, but they're the most convenient streets that people will be able to park in.
Can I come back on that, Chair?
Not yet.
Okay.
Can you turn off your...
Yeah, sure.
Did someone want to comment on the ownership issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I believe a small part of the site is in the council's ownership, but obviously that's not relevant to the assessment that's been undertaken, and it won't have influenced the case officer in reaching their recommendation, and obviously shouldn't influence the committee in reaching a decision today.
Yeah, so ownership is not a planning consideration. Yes, Councillor Fisher, you can come back.
I hear what you say, Nathan, but the closest streets for people to park who live in those flats are not the ones you've mentioned. They are Townsend Street, they are White Hart Street. They are closer and more convenient. But nobody's done a survey of any availability there.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we surveyed the streets where the new residents would be able to apply for residence permits.
Thank you. And the outcome is that there were available spaces, and in any event, occupants of the new development will not be able to apply for permits. Is that correct?
It's not quite as straightforward as that. So what we recommended to the planning officer was that, firstly, the new residents be legally precluded from applying for residence permits. So it's quite common that local planning authorities make a legal obligation in, under Section 106 of the Planning Act, which stops residents applying for permits. Unfortunately, that was challenged, and it now turns out that that is only applicable in certain metropolitan areas. So that option is closed to us. The second option was that the County Council would amend the traffic regulation order ourselves and take this site out of it, so they wouldn't exist in that residence permit zone, so they couldn't apply for the residence permits. And we recommended to the planning officer that the developer pay for that. And as you'll see from the report, the developer's viability issues mean that they can't afford to pay for the changes to the parking restrictions. But I do accept the councillor's point that there are areas on the other side of the street which residents might attempt to park in, but that was a different zone.
Thank you. Next I have Councillor Wheeler.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it might seem an odd question, but looking at the ground plan, don't think it's, well, yeah, if you can go back, that would be helpful. Yes, it appears there that the site, the red line, actually encompasses the pavement. Now, it seems rather odd to me that the actual pavement would be part of the site rather than part of the highway. Can you confirm to me whether that is part of the site, or whether it's an error in the drawing, or just a very odd anomaly that the site should include the footpath?
Is that one for you, Nathan?
Chair, I can try, yeah. I think it's quite common for developers to put the red line round where they're doing highway works. So in this case, because there's an old vehicle crossover, I think the developer would be taking it out and returning it to a standard footway there. So that's probably the case. So if they have a much larger roundabout or big junction, you'll see the red line going around it. And I'll defer to the planning officer if that's why it's in there. But it's normally so that they can that a planning condition can require the highway works to be done.
Chris, you happy with that? Thank you.
Just for confirmation, Chair, does that mean in whose ownership will that return back to Highways, or would it remain with the applicant?
Yeah, it'll still be highway land.
And as part of that, you'll be reinstating the curved line all along there, won't you, as well? Yeah.
Yes, it would go back to a full curb phase.
Lovely, thank you. Next, Councillor Andrews.
Just a suggestion early on and a question. Given that this is supposedly a sustainable development and with the bike sheds and the links to the train station, etc., would it not be prudent for the developer to have an exit onto Winston Churchill Memorial Gardens that will lead straight onto the Honeybourne?
Thank you, Chair. I believe there's a historic wall or elderly wall along that boundary, so I'm not sure that's something that we would encourage. I mean, ultimately, an access hasn't been shown, so the committee needs to assess the application before it.
And I think it could end up as being a thoroughfare for all sorts of people to be, going through that private development. Do you want to come back on that, Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, I was just checking. So, so the gate is that a gate to the left of the front building on the High Street?
On the left as you look at it?
Yeah, as you're standing in it, as it were.
Right. Next to the bins.
Let's see. So out from the High Street, if you're looking to the right of the building, is that a gate there? Or? That's a set of steps. Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, just wondering.
Okay, thank you. Next, Councillor McCloskey.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's this parking. Can you put that diagram back, please? Yeah. The red line, then there is a green bit. I'd actually like to know exactly how much distance there is between the wall of the development and the highway, because we've had various conversations, originally raised by the resident from Honeybourne Gate, about what happens about, well, they may have a home shopping, they may have a taxi come for them, all sorts of possibilities. But in particular, how on earth do you actually move into this place or move out? I've sorted out teenagers going to university. I have done home removals for them at various stages. And I wouldn't fancy humping furniture. Diggory's probably got a grand piano, haven't you? It is a major challenge. If all you've got is a side passage, there's no point having a development that's half empty because people can't actually move into it. But I think the real question for me is just how wide is the gap between the highway and the building, because people are going to dump their wheels there. Deliveroo's going to do it, Amazon's going to do it, DHL is going to do it, you name it, they'll all do it. So is that practical? So that's the question.
Well, there's a block of flats exactly opposite that building with the same issue. And there will be lots of flats all over Cheltenham which have got the same issue. We're not in an ideal world, but I will let Nathan, do you want to come back on that?
Chair, sorry, I would be guessing if I said I knew the width of the footway. They're generally 1.8. It might be a bit narrower, 1.5 metres. And then, again, just estimating the distance from there, it might be the same again to the building line. But so you might be, but it would be a guess, and it would be pointless, I think, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next I have Councillor Barnes, then Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a simple question. On bicycle parking, we've got provision there for bicycles. Can you advise on how much provision is there? You know, what sort of number of bikes would be available? It says in a secure environment. Does this mean that they have lockable stations in which to park, or what? I'd just like some more clarification on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the bicycle store is on the, as I mentioned, on the ground floor of Block A, and it says on the drawings there, it's obviously difficult to make out on the large screen, but there's 18 cycles, 18 spaces, it says.
18.
Okay, it is secure storage as well. Next, I have Councillor Nelson.
Councillor Clark asked about the trees, TPOs. So those trees in the picture, the diagrams, are all going to go. So what are they doing about biodiversity net gain? Because my understanding is under the current planning rules, we have to have a net gain on biodiversity. So what are they doing to satisfy that? Is there a planting plan within the plans? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Chair. This application predates the commencement of BNG, so there's no biodiversity net gain proposals as such. There is some limited landscaping within the site, but it's minimal.
Thank you. Councillor Bamford, then Councillor McCloskey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to return to the subject of the viability assessments or appraisals that Councillor Willingham initiated. This has come before the Audit Committee, and the response from the officer was that during 2023 there were no developments that required this viability assessment. None of them proceeded. I'm delighted to hear that in the future I think we seem to have solved the problem and will be complying with ST12. But I'm a little bit concerned that we did put on record that there were no such developments that required that assessment coming forward in 2023. Now, obviously, and as this came forward in 2022, we didn't actually properly record what we were doing at the Audit Committee. Just like clarification on that. Thanks.
Well, I don't think that's relevant to this application, but I think if the officer is going to make a note of that and get back to you. Okay. Thank you. Councillor McCloskey and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Could we have the previous diagram back again? The cycle shed and the refuse. No. That's not the one with the cycle shed and the refuse. That's the one, yep. I'm not quite sure how many bins I can count there, but it's probably into double figures. What happens on bin day? And who's responsible for putting all these bins out onto the high street?
Actually, I can answer that, because I asked the same question. And the binmen actually go in. They have a special code. They go into the area and they take the bins out and put them back. So it's not the residents who leave them all over the pavement. I think that's correct, Chris?
That is going to take quite a bit of time to do 18 dwellings.
Next I have Councillor Clark,
My apologies. I was going to ask how on earth the rubbish was going to be emptied. So already answered.
Okay, I'm hoping that's all questions. Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I think we know the answer, but I can't remember. Can you confirm there is no gas on site?
We can't confirm that. I don't think there. I think there is gas on site. I can't remember. Yeah, I think there is gas on site.
Solar panels, air source heat pumps? Sustainable?
Well, it would have all been in the report. So, unless you, Chris, you've got an immediate answer there. What I would say is that this application was dealt with by Michelle, and Michelle's not here to deal with it, so Chris has picked it up. So, you know, you won't have complete knowledge of every single dot. But do you know the answer on that, Chris, particularly? It's a condition.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, all I can say really is there is a condition. Members will note from the report that there is a condition in the event that the committee grant permission today that would require the submission of details relating to renewable energy and so on for our approval.
So I was laughing because I've got even more hands going up now. Right, Councillor Seacombe, Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Fisher. It's going to be a long evening.
Well, we've had most of the things, are they, on site? And something I mentioned years ago with another development was netting against the seagulls. Is that is in the application? I bet it isn't.
It's not in the application, Chair, but a condition could be imposed if the committee are minded to grant permission for details to be submitted.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think we'll make note of that if and when we approve it. Next then is Councillor Fisher, then Councillor Wheeler.
You just answered the question about the bins, but the highways officer said that there would be double yellow lines with bar on the pavement, which means no stopping at all. Where's the bin lorry going to go? Or do we pay the tickets?
Chair, the bin lorry will go where it goes for all the other units along that length of road.
Finally, Councillor Wheeler, I think, before we go to debate.
My question was the same. So the bin lorry's going to park illegally or stop illegally?
Okay, so that's a pretty thorough set of questions. Are there any more before we go into debate? No. Who'd like to kick off debate? Should we move to recommendation then? Seriously? Okay. Councillor Bamford.
The traffic in that area leading up to a very major junction is horrendous already. There are already horrendous parking on pavement problems, blockages. I'm really struggling to go along with this simply on highways grounds. I would also like to mention that if the bin men are going to spend all this time clunking their bins up and down stairs or along a passageway, that's going to be a recurring cost to CBC forever. I hope the developers are paying for it.
Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, in debate, let me say that we know that Junction 10 eventually one day will be a four-way junction. That will have implications as far as Kingswich trading estate, because that's where the money for the access road from Junction 10 into Cheltenham and into Cyber, that's where the money stops. So any other vehicles that come off at Junction 10 the additional way, which we hope they will end up going through that bottleneck of the High Street meeting Gloucester Road, meeting Townsend Street, meeting Tewkesbury Road. The traffic implications are enormous. I'd like to say that it's certainly not going to win a Stirling Prize to the design. It's a bit horrendous. It's a bit like, without being rude, a prison block. The other thing that concerns me, these flats will be open on the open market I know that there are HMOs around there that are used as Airbnbs. Now, their clients turn up with a vehicle generally. They don't come by train, they normally come by car. And they will park in streets in my patch, which are overcrowded now, my county patch, like Townsend Street, like White Hart Street, where people, there's also a piece of land at the bottom of White Hart Street that we own one part of it and GCC own the other, but it's not owned by Highways, the GCC bit. So people will probably end up parking on there because people do park as close as they can. If it's student lets, I don't know they're going to get in and out. We're letting people build flats where you can't move furniture in. It's, you know, you can't carry a fridge freezer from a long way down the road. It's flaming heavy. And as Paul said, if it's student occupation, there will be a transient turnover of students, which means it will be a continual thing. It's not like people who move into a house and live there 10 years, 20 years. This will be a couple of years maximum. I don't like it in any way, but I find it hard to find a reason yet to refuse. But it is really poor in every angle. We're letting people live in places that they have no access to get their furniture in and out, to get deliveries, to order their food. It just strikes me they're a bit hovelish.
Councillor Wheeler and then Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. I think other members, including Councillors Willingham and Atherstone, have made some excellent points, and I won't go over them again. But looking at the plan, parking's really been the major issue, or if not parking, drop-off. Looking at the design, I would have thought it wouldn't have been impossible to design those so there was a drop-off point at the front. I would accept that town centre, you could argue that people don't need parking as such. If you buy a flat like that and you accept that there isn't parking, well, you know, you don't move there. But you know, we've been talking about moving stuff in, delivery vans. Quite frankly, you know, people are going to park there even if they have to risk parking fines. But it's not about parking fines. It's about parking, that those yellow lines and yellow tags on the pavement are put there for a reason, because it's dangerous. The road's narrow there, visibility's poor there. I think you will need at least a drop-off point where a taxi, a small van could drop stuff off and then move. Even if you put time limited, how you work it, I don't know. You know, I'm not really interested. But then, you know, that could have been, and it's not our job to redesign what's in front of us, but that site could have been redesigned to leave a little bit of room at the front so that there was a drop-off point at least. No, I'm not at all happy with this, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. We as a council should be encouraging accessibility. We've said that so many times in our planning applications. Definition of accessibility, Oxford Dictionary. The quality of being able to be reached or entered. How can you reach or enter this block? I fully agree with what Councillor Fisher and Councillor Wheeler have said. And I think as it stands now, it is not accessible. Highways, as Councillor Atherstone very succinctly put, have said it's dangerous. Parking illegally will make it dangerous. The road safety is a reason for refusing this, and I will be recommending refuse.
I think before anyone's going to be recommending refusal, they need to think really, really carefully what their refusal reasons are based on planning grounds. And they need to also bear in mind that our professional advisors, the Highways Authority, are supporting the application. So a refusal reason on road safety or anything else will be going against the Highways Authority, which at appeal will be very, very costly should we lose the appeal. We should also remember that increasingly at appeal, planning inspectors are taking into account the 5-year land supply, which we don't have. And so on the tilted balance approach, we would be on a sticky wicket looking to refuse this. I think we've got to appreciate that Cheltenham is a very finite town. We have very, very few opportunities to provide sustainable accommodation within the urban area, very, very few. So increasingly there is pressure to build on the surrounding countryside, which everybody doesn't want. This is a very sustainable location in the town centre. Everyone can walk there. There's a public car park literally 200 yards down the road. It's going to provide much needed accommodation, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom units. It's not perfect, but it's got the bin storage has been addressed and sorted, the cycle storage has been addressed and sorted. I personally will be supporting it. I think it's not, as I say, not perfect. There are issues, but I can't think of any planning grounds that would be supportable at appeal, and that is a real concern. We can't just be flippant and say we don't like it. We've got our proper grounds. Councillor Clark and then Councillor McCloskey.
I do think it's overdeveloped. I think we're missing a glaringly obvious point here. I have spent a very pleasant afternoon playing bridge in Honeybourne Gate with a friend with whom I have not discussed this application. Honeybourne Gate on Gloucester Road, there's a place where I drove my Volkswagen estate into. So I must have, and I'm not happy, I'm old and I'm quite, careful, where I could turn round, I could park for an hour and a half, turn round and leave, and it was perfectly safe. And Gloucester Road's very fast, it's just round the corner. So I do believe this is overdevelopment. I believe it could have been designed with such a space which would allow the dustman, the bridge players, the visitor. And the other concern I have is that there's a development in my ward where people were not told they could not get a parking permit. And there are 12 apartments in that development. And the people bought their apartments without knowing they'd never be able to get a permit. And as much as I want that, I'm concerned that it won't be obvious to the people buying the apartments. But most of all, it is possible to build with an easy access, small 2-space with enough room to turn round and come out again. And I believe that's what should have happened in this case.
What it should be obvious is they can't get a permit because it will be an informative on a planning application. So any solicitor doing the purchase should pick that up like they would a condition. Councillor McCloskey.
Yeah, I think we all recognise that there is a major parking problem already. This development is not going to improve the situation, but there is a large car park just by this thing. It's called Tesco's. It's not unknown for season tickets to be provided for people to park overnight. Who should be the one who's having dialogue with Tesco's to see if that is a viable option to take the pressure off the system? I can see as well that Enterprise cars are just up the road, and I'm sure a car club could be organised, and then that would solve that problem. But the more difficult one is the sort of thing where I've got in my ward in Charlton Kings, where a very fit young guy bought his flat and then was knocked off his bike and has serious brain injuries, such that he's not really, he's not going to be the same again. And we could find somebody who's bought one of these things who then develops a disability of some description, and it would not be unreasonable to think that they could have some transport. And I think, I'm not quite sure how we solve that sort of problem, but who, if anybody, is the person to go and chat to Tesco's and see whether we can, because I assume that the car park is empty overnight or people park there already.
Well, I would assume that any purchaser of a flat would make those inquiries and make that approach. Is there anybody else who wants to speak? Otherwise, I'll move to the votes. Councillor Andrews, then Councillor Chelin.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that this is not the first car-free development that we're going to be getting in the near future. We know of a couple that are coming down the line, and as long as we're honest, with the vendors are honest as to what you're moving into, it's not such a major problem as long as the people moving into these places are not car owners. And yeah, they're slap bang in the middle of the town centre. They've got plenty of amenities around them. I certainly don't buy the heritage argument with the place next in Winston Churchill Gardens. The only people that could see it from that angle are a handful of people in Honeybourne Gate, really. I'll be supporting this in the knowledge that we've got more of this coming down the line.
Thank you. Councillor Chelin, then Councillor Fisher.
Sorry, I may not be understanding some of this. I suppose it's the affordable housing element that I was worried about, and we've talked about it being overdeveloped. So it's overdeveloped, and yet it still isn't viable for affordable housing. So that puts it in a difficult position, doesn't it? If it's smaller, then it's less likely to be affordable housing. It can't get bigger. I'm just not sure about the balance and the trade-off there. But as I say, I'm not fully conversant with that at the moment.
So the application was put to the district valuer to see whether the scheme was viable to support any affordable housing. So it's an independent assessment, and her view was it wasn't. So that's why we haven't got affordable housing. Sorry, Councillor Fisher, and then I'm going to. Then Councillor Nelson. Sorry.
Right. Thank you, Chair. The point that Paul raises, Paul McCluskey, I've done my homework. Tesco's, I've got camera surveillance. They're open till 10 o'clock at night. You stay there more than 4 hours, you get a ticket in the post. Because it's been done by students for a long time. Because you get 2 parking permits per HMO in St Paul's. And if there's 3, 4, 5, 7, 9 people living in there, they go and park in someone else's place.
That's a shame. Councillor Nelson, and then I am going to move to the vote. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair, for doing that. I don't have any dispute. I don't mind there being no cars allowed, and I know there are other developments coming our way with no cars. That's not the problem. But I will remind people of what Councillor Atherson said. The latest quote from County Council Highways was the harm arising from the increased demand for parking and inadequate availability of street parking is likely to affect the amenity of residents. So it is road safety grounds. If we can't make a decision tonight, can we defer it and get Highways to revisit it and make a sound judgment on the Highways safety problems and the fact that it is actually going to cause problems on that junction, taking on board what Junction 10 coming and the increased traffic and everything else going on at the Lower High Street? It is going to be dangerous, whichever way you look at it.
I think, with respect, Highways have given this a very thorough assessment. You may not agree with their assessment, but they have given a very thorough assessment, and I'm really not going to remove deferral for them to assess it again. So the recommendation of the officers is to permit. Those in favour, please show. Okay, those against? Six. Okay, so that's rejected. So who's going to come up with the planning reasons for rejection? Councillor Nelson.
Highway safety, it's fundamental.
So which planning policy are you alluding to? NPPF, local plan, JCS? This is what we have to do. We have to have reasons. Did anybody else want to come to Councillor Nelson's help, aid? Councillor Bamford?
I feel very personally upset, frankly, with the highways assessment. But the highways assessment is the highways assessment. And we cannot go back and say to them that they've made a mistake. So I can't see how we can possibly reject this application because we can't gainsay them. So that I just thought I'd make that point. If that helps, Emma, I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure it does because the committee has voted to reject the application. Councillor Fisher and then Councillor Barnes.
Well, just to explore the amenity of the people who live in the immediate area, SD4 as it used to be, because it will affect their amenity. It will affect it greatly. People who live in Honeybourne Gate, people who live above shops in the High Street, people who live in White Hart Street, Townsend Street, it will affect their amenity. It will affect the amenity of other people who live miles away when you can't go past parked vehicles on the High Street, which are illegally parked whilst they deliver or whilst they collect your rubbish. From this development, and it is a direct cause from this development that the people's amenity will be affected. It's just something to explore.
Can you just have a minute so I can have a conversation with officers? Okay. Okay, members, we are in a mess here, frankly, because you voted to review something with no grounds, with no proper grounds to refuse it. So the applicant is going to go to appeal, and what do you think might happen? I'm lost for words, really. We can talk about loss of immunity, Councillor Fisher, and that's been good, but that wasn't really referred to very much in our debate, to be fair. Are we talking about loss of immunity to who? To the residents of Honeybourne Gate?
No, the neighbours...
Can you use your thing?
I should know better than anybody else being there. To the area, because it will affect, as I said, White Hart Street, Townsend Street, people who live on the High Street, and places like that. And your point you made earlier about your solicitor will know. Not if you're renting, you won't. Your landlord will know, but he won't tell you that you can't park your car down there. I asked for an officer's opinion on SD4. What do you know, the amenity? What is the consensus of opinion from officers?
Normally when you talk about amenity, you're talking about the impact it has on the people in the area in terms of impact, overbearing, loss of light, not view, obviously. I'm just struggling with that. I'm just struggling to come up with something to support that. You know, just bear in mind, we've had the highways officer tell us that there are no grounds. Okay, Councillor Nelson and Councillor Barnes, then Councillor Seacombe.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have 3 grounds. One, NPPF para 115, development should only be... NPPF paragraph 115, development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. That's my view, and I think that's Councillor Atherston's view on highway safety, with the fact that you've got double yellow lines and no stopping. So there is going to be a problem with people trying to stop there to deliver, to pick up the rubbish, whatever, taxis, whoever. There's also overdevelopment, as Barbara said. I think overdevelopment is definitely one of the things that's being done here, and I think that would probably fly with the appeal. And the other thing is the harm arising from the increase. This is another bit more of the what the highways people said. The harm arising from the increased demand for parking and inadequate availability of street parking is likely to affect the amenity of residents. This is supporting Bernie. The harm arising from the increased demand for parking and inadequate availability of street parking is likely to affect the amenity of residents of the existing properties and give rise to some road safety issues associated with drivers searching for parking spaces and having to reverse in the narrow cul-de-sacs when no space is found. I think we've got 3 grounds. Overdevelopment, amenity and road safety.
Where are you reading that last thing from?
It's in the report from Highways.
Okay.
Highways letter.
I mean, basically, they're saying they disagree with they're entitled to disagree with the highways officer. What it boils down to.
Councillor Barnes, to the rescue.
Well, I'm not sure I'm going to the rescue. I agree with what you said earlier. I mean, this is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, isn't it? I think we look at these things, we have a feeling in our hearts that we're not comfortable with it, and then we suddenly decide to throw the baby out with the bathwater because we don't have any other ideas on how to progress it forward. And I think that I'm not happy that we have sufficient grounds, even with the comments that have been made, to reject this. And it does worry me. I mean, we've had this on previous occasions in committee where people get carried away with ideas that this should be, that this isn't totally right. And you said earlier that, you know, you aren't 100% happy with it. Can we ever be 100% happy with all our applications? I'm not so sure we can. But if we are going to go against it, we do have to have genuine, real, good reasons to go against it. I mean, I do feel that we are liable here to costs if this goes to examination and we fail. And that does worry me because, you know, that is a problem with the council. We have to find that money to pay the costs. So, I mean, we've made the decision, unfortunately, in my view, to not approve it, but I don't think that the grounds that we've got are sufficient. I mean, we've talked about overdevelopment.
Mr. Barnes, we are where we are. You know, we've had the vote.
Yes,
so
I know.
We can't change that now.
I know we can't change that, but I'm worried about the grounds that are being put forward because we've been talking about overdevelopment, but there was some mention about underdevelopment, that we should have more housing there to get affordable housing going in there. So there is a divergence of views on that. The highways officer has not come up with any plausible reasons why it should be refused, in my view. And I think we're on a hiding to nothing here if we use those as a reason for refusal. So I'm in a quandary with you, Chairman. I just don't know which way we're going to end up with on this.
Well, Councillor Wheeler, then Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, I very much support Councillor Nelson's. I didn't have the regulations in front of me, but I'm not so worried about parking. Yes, if you sell a flat and there's no parking, well, you don't buy that flat or move into that flat. All the reasons that can be thrown in afterwards. It is simply the accessibility. The bin men are going to have to stop illegally. People are going to be dropping off illegally, and I wouldn't have thought it was such a difficult thing to slightly rearrange that, even if it's just on the drawing, moving the buildings back a bit to give a small drop-off. If we had a drop-off point at the front, I would have voted in favour of this application. So I would suggest, yes, overdevelopment, and I can't remember the second one you put forward, but both of those would cover just that. Again, I'm not worried about no parking, but no drop-off. I just find that the building is unacceptable and people will be behaving illegally. The fact that they might get a ticket is neither here nor there. The fact that they'll be causing danger, which is why there are yellow lines, etc., is my worry.
I think there were some comments about design. Did somebody express their concerns about the design? Yeah. So in terms of loss of amenity, we can talk about design. But you know, this is my worst nightmare, apparently. Councillor Fisher.
You don't have very good nightmares. I have worse ones than this. Try and help. We have voted, as you say, to refuse. Now, can we take time out to give our reason for refusal, a matter of days, and discuss it in private with? We've got a highways officer here, and it does. And the councillor over there has quoted a paragraph of the NPPF, and to explore that with our highways friends and things like that, to see if they think that would be a sustainable reason, and to think about it and talk. Lots of times we've said something and we leave it to chair and vice chair to look at reasons. Perhaps we should have a group people look at it.
No, we can't do that, but I'll ask the legal officer to comment.
I think you can see from the report that the views of the Highway Authority are quite clear in terms of road safety, but it doesn't represent, in their view, doesn't represent a reason to refuse. However, the view of members is that they disagree with that, and that's what's being said. So I don't think there's much to be gained with having a meeting with the highway officers to discuss that when their view is there. So I think what you're saying is that one of the grounds for refusal is on highway safety grounds, and you're at liberty to disagree with the view of a professional officer. And then the other ground, I think that the issues around design and amenity are probably best covered by policy SD4 in the JCS. Now, I think, that's best. I think I'm trying to capture what you said. I'm not saying that, as the chair has said, there are weaknesses here, but you've made a decision, and I think those are the reasons you're giving to support that decision. I think that then has to go into the reasons for refusal. I'm sort of looking at Nathan. I mean, you've got some concerns of safety, but, you know, I don't think I'm misquoting in what you say. Is that under the MPPF, there aren't, in your view, there weren't sufficient grounds to support refusal?
Sorry, Chair. Is it okay if I answer?
Yes, certainly is.
So, I won't go over the whole report. I'll just re-quote the MPPF. Development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. So, I mean, if you read the report, you know about the surveys. So I think there's very little evidence to support a case of impacts in Stoneville Street, Bloomsbury, Park Street and Marketplace because of the survey's support that there is parking. We know there's problems in Bloomsbury Street and Stoneville Street with vehicles reversing. There's no accidents in those streets in the last 5 years. There are accidents on the A Road, at the traffic signal junction, lots of them. So the only harm that's not been dealt with in my report is the harm of loading and unloading on the road outside the site. And that was because, in my professional opinion, it's no different from any of the other units along that frontage that is going to occur. But I mean, that's qualitative. There's, you know, no one's wrong or right. It's just your own personal judgment. So if you, I think if you are mindful to recommend it for refusal, I think the stronger ground is the interference with the free flow and safe movement of traffic, pedestrians and vehicles on the A Road. Sorry, yeah, if you were to recommend it for refusal, I think the stronger case is the interference with the free flow and safe movement of vehicles and pedestrians on the A Road, not the displaced parking in the residential streets. But I would reiterate is the county, in my professional opinion, that on balance, that it doesn't meet the bar to refuse it, but that's my professional opinion.
I think also we can use policy SL1, safe and sustainable living. So at the moment we've got policy SL1, safe and sustainable living, policy SD4, loss of immunity, MPPF 115, and the overall concerns about road safety. So I think when it comes to the inevitable appeal, I trust that the councillors here who voted to oppose it will be representing the council. I'm sure the ward councillors will be there too. So we have the reasons. Unless anybody wants to add it, this is a long meeting. We've got a long way to go. Is it something new, Councillor Fisher?
Well, your last remark, I don't think you should have made it, to be honest, because I won't be here, you know that.
Say that again.
Last remark about the councillors who are moving for refusal will be representing us at the appeal. Well, I certainly won't, because I won't be a councillor then. But I still think it's a good reason to object.
Well, we've got the reasons. Councillor Nelson.
Overdevelopment, that was another one.
I think we'll leave it where we are because we're just grabbing it, you know, this, that, and the other. So, okay.
We did talk about how overbearing it was for certain residents at Honeybourne Gate. And we talked about that at planning view, and I think we've reiterated it tonight.
Which one?
I'm not sure what SD that might fit into, but we certainly have talked about that.
Okay, I'm going to call it a day. We're going SD14 on the JCS was we can use that, which is health and environmental quality. Right, I'm calling it a day there. Those are the reasons. The officers will obviously draw that together with chair and vice. Thank you all very much. It's 20 to 8. We now move on to the next item, which is 6B, playing fields adjacent to 10 Stone Crescent. And I'd like to ask Ben Warren to introduce the item. Just hang on a minute, Ben, while the people leave the gallery. Yeah. Okay, not ready. When you're ready, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application site relates to a parcel of land located adjacent to the existing residential development known as Stone Crescent. The application site is within the Princeton urban area and is an allocated site under Policy HD5 of the Cheltenham Plan. Planning permission was granted in 2018 for the construction of 13 dwellings and associated ancillary works. The site is accessed via the existing Stone Crescent development. The 2018 permission is extant as works had already commenced on site prior to the expiry of that permission. More recently, members will likely recall an application for a further 6 dwellings that was permitted on land in the southeastern section of the site. The applicant is now seeking permission to vary condition 2 of the original permission for 13 dwellings to allow for some minor site layout changes, the addition of solar panels to all house types, and a change in 3 number house types. The applicant is also seeking to remove the provision of affordable housing required by the existing Section 106 agreement. The application is at Planning Committee in the interest of transparency as the original permission was determined at committee. So I'll just run through the site location. So the red area here is the area for the original consented scheme and what forms the application to be considered today. The area in blue is the already permitted scheme for 6 additional dwellings. The same again there, but just a Google Street View. And then just some photos of the site. So that's the access point into the site. The access point serves all the total number of dwellings for the permitted schemes. So the photo on the left there is taken from within the site looking back towards the access point Stone Crescent. The photo on the right is just within the site looking south. Just some further photos there of the site. So the scheme here, so this is the site layout as previously approved. So the number of dwellings isn't changing, but the next slide shows you the scheme and layout that is now proposed. So just to summarise, that the site layout changes include change in house types for plot 2, 3 and 4, increased parking provision for plots 2, 3 and 4, change in garage location and parking provision for plots 7 and 8, a change in garage roof form for plot 9, the addition of single-storey extensions to plot 11 and 12, change in position in garage for plot 12, change in house type for plot 12A, and a change in garage size and parking layout for 12A. I've got here just some of the different house types that are already approved and are the same in this new application. So the principal development, general site layout, number of dwellings, scale, form, design of dwellings, materials, landscaping, access and parking, impact on amenity and drainage has already been considered and approved under the extant permission. As such, only matters that are material to the proposed changes are for consideration in this current application. This includes site layout, form and design, neighbouring amenity and highways. In addition, affordable housing provision has been assessed. So officer recommendation is to permit the application subject to conditions and Section 106 agreements. The conditions attached broadly reflect those of the previous permission, but have been amended and updated where necessary. One further condition is suggested, which requires the installation of the solar panels that are already proposed as part of the application. The 2 Section 106 agreements that are considered necessary are for the education contribution and for a late-stage review of the viability to see if there's any future provision for contribution. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Ben. We have 3 speakers on this one. Firstly, we have New Dawn Homes. I don't know the name of them, guys. New Dawn Homes, the applicant. You have 5 minutes, and I'll start you in a second. Ready when you are.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. I'm John Newlands Macready, a chartered surveyor specialising in residential development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of New Dawn Homes' planning application for 13 houses at the Rowanfield School playing field at the rear of Stone Crescent. You have a very comprehensive committee report from your planning officer, Ben Warren. that recommends this application for approval. As noted, this is an allocated site and has an extant permission for 13 homes and is adjacent to a recently approved site for 6 small starter homes. We've been requested by Councillors Pinniger and Hallwood to amend the layout to provide a provision for a future pedestrian footpath link into King George V playing field, and we've taken this opportunity to also incorporate minor house type changes, including EV charging points and solar panels to achieve the recent SPD on climate change. The site was purchased from GCC as surplus playing field to Rowanfield School, and a part was purchased from Cheltenham Borough Council in 2016. We intended to build it straight away, but unfortunately, despite it being an allocated site, it is dissected by a major foul sewer, a large diameter storm drain, and a major water main. Severn Trent have been very slow and very difficult to deal with, and their unbelievably expensive diversion costs has rendered this site unviable, and so it has remained undeveloped for over 5 years. The consultants' viability reports have been verified independently by the District Valuation Service, and these have been published unradicated for full scrutiny. The DVS comment that it is their independent conclusion that this scheme cannot viably support the development of any amount of subsidised affordable homes or make any payment by way of Section 106 contributions, and goes on at clause 12.2 to question whether the proposed scheme will ever be delivered. Nevertheless, there's a shortage of new homes, and New Dawn Homes are a Cheltenham-based small developer who wants to keep its local design, technical, construction and sales teams in full employment. Assuming we have your support, we will commence development this year and will agree to a late viability review. We are aware of some comments from the existing residents in Stone Crescent and Wharfdale Square that there is a lack of parking on their development, which was built by Barratt Homes back in 2002. We have proposed a maximum parking that is acceptable to the planning and highway departments to ensure that this pre-existing parking issue is not made worse by our development. An average of over 2.5 parking spaces per house is provided, with the larger homes having 3 or 4 on-plot parking spaces, with additional parking of around 10 vehicles incorporated as on-road visitor parking. Very different from your last scheme that's been a big debate. New Dawn Homes build quality houses in all price ranges and have been recognised by LABC, the local authority building control, as highly recommended for Small House Builder of the Year. We hope that members can support your planning officer's recommendation and permit this much needed housing development. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call Councillor Pinniger, Richard Pinniger, who's one of the ward councillors. Ready when you are, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair said, I'm the Borough Councillor for the area. I'm also the walking and cycling champion for Cheltenham Borough Council and Chair of the Friends of King George V playing field. I worked with the residents, the Friends group, planning officers and the Cabinet Member for Planning, Martin Horwood, to improve the plans, particularly traffic considerations and sustainability measures. I fully support these plans and would like them to be approved. I am pleased that New Dawn Homes have added the footpath and solar panels to the plans in good faith to support this council's sustainability goals and the Cheltenham Climate Change Supplementary Planning Document, SPD, approved by this council in June 2022. In the transport and travel section, the SPD encourages active travel for saving energy and carbon, improving local air quality, health and well-being, and giving a greater potential for social interactions. I'd like to thank New Dawn Homes for working with myself, I've said this already, for incorporating a new 3-metre wide path to the park with good visibility from Stone Crescent. The new path should encourage families who are keen on parks and active travel to settle in Stone Crescent and over time displace the car-dependent residents, mitigating or even reducing the traffic through Wharfdale Square. Such is the hope. As Chair of Friends of KGV Playingfield and on behalf of the Friends Group, I can confirm that we have minuted unanimous support for the path between KGV and Stone Crescent for local residents. Residents of Stone Crescent told me in October when I did a door-to-door survey that 19 were in favour, 2 against and 1 abstention. There's also a question of police reports. I'm responsible for a large number of the police reports of motorbikes in the park. Having been encouraged by the police to make these reports, I can confirm the existence of escape routes is not the problem. The problem is that the police do not attend the reports and the perpetrators know this. To my knowledge, with only 3 entrances, no riders have been stopped and no bikes have been seized in the last 10 years that we have been reporting this crime. Increased parking for sports events is likely to be low to non-existent, in my view, because of the difficulty of accessing this development through Wharfdale Square and down Stone Crescent. There is a case study for this in the recent Brickfield Drive development on Gloucester Road, which provides access to the Honeybourne line, but because of the difficulty of getting through, I don't believe they suffer any parking problems on Cobblestone Way. I'd like to repeat back the evidence of the police DOCO used to object to the footpath on grounds of ASB and crime. At present, Stone Crescent is a cul-de-sac which was fenced off from the neighbouring public open space. Despite this, local residents have contacted the constabulary over the years complaining of adults and children trying to gain access to the park. Some of these have included attempts to climb the garden walls. So what I would say is if residents are desperate to get to the park, and that is the antisocial behaviour in the area, let them. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor David Willingham. Thank you, David.
Thanks, Chair. So not only does Severn Trent continue to put sewage into our rivers, but we just heard that they're obviously difficult to work with, and I know downstream of this development, residents that I represent on the County Council have experienced sewage flooding of their garden, their dwelling, which is a concern. What I wanted to really say was just to read something from one of the viability assessments. So if I take you to page 21 of the viability assessment, 10.1a, Section 106 Management's Appraisal has adopted an allowance for developers' profits, stroke return, of £1,394,750. I'll say that again, £1,394,750 in profit. And yet there is no affordable housing on this site. We previously had SD12 where there's no affordable housing and no viability assessment. And now we know, on this one we have the viability assessment and we still have no affordable housing. We are failing the poorest by not providing affordable housing and having a policy that no one seems to be meeting. What's the point of requesting 40% affordable housing if 2 planning applications before you today don't provide it? What is the point? Just think about that. Think about it. What's the point? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers. So we now move to member questions. Councillor Wheeler.
Yes, I think part of one of my concerns has sort of been answered, but Can you tell me exactly where the sewage was? 2 pipelines, wasn't it? Sewage and water. Where exactly it runs, please?
It wouldn't have needed to have been submitted as part of this application because it's a variation of condition. So the drainage and any associated details for those matters would have been considered and approved in the original application. So as part of a variation of condition, Section 73 application, you don't need to provide all necessary plans. You're only submitting anything that is relevant to the changes. I could find it, but I can't just show you right this second.
I think it would be of interest just to know, you know, we've been told that, well, I assume that that's why it's that they can't put in affordable housing because of the cost of that. It'd be nice to know exactly where those pipelines run.
I'm assuming, Ben, that would have been covered off in the application we've already approved?
So it would have been considered in the original application, yeah.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Just on Councillor Willingham's point, I think there's a question there that we need answering. Obviously, we can't get the answer now, but that kind of profit margin, obviously our policy is failing. Perhaps Chair and Vice Chair and Senior Planner would like to take that away and come back and report to us. We don't know what the profit margin was on the previous application. It may have been less, it may have been more. But the policy seems to have failed badly.
So the viability assessment does cover that in terms of what is an acceptable level of profit from a development. This is a summary of their words, not the exact words, but they specify that the PPG guidance is that a reasonable profit should be in the range of 15 to 20%, and that this scheme, as currently submitted, achieves 17. So it's within those suggested figures for reasonable profit for a development. That is set out in the report and assessment by the DVS.
Sorry, Ben, who were those parameters set by?
Planning practice guidance.
But I think this will be a subject for a future training session because it's going to become increasingly important that we look at these going forward and have a better understanding of them. Okay, any more questions? Councillor, nobody else? Councillor Wheeler.
Sorry, just coming back to those comments. You're saying that it was assessed as not being affordable, yet the figures you just gave would suggest that it would be acceptable. You know, you said 17 and it should be between 15 and 20% profitability, and that was only 17. So that would suggest that affordable housing would still make it profitable, sure.
Ultimately, a development is still allowed to make profit, even if it can't achieve all other policy requirements. That's what the viability assessment is there to test. So the assessment is if it's reasonable for a development to achieve profit, the profit should be between 15 and 20%. This is in the middle. It's achieving 17%. But with that, providing affordable housing scheme, it wouldn't achieve that at all.
So if the profit margin was 25%, then there would be an ability to pay for affordable housing. Councillor Andrews.
Yes, I was just going to ask the point. If, as it turns out, when these are all sold, they exceed 20%, can we expect something from them?
There is a condition to that effect, but Ben?
Yeah, so the DVS has suggested a late-stage review of the viability. So we're going to secure that through, we can't do it through a condition, it needs to be through a Section 106 agreement, which is what the recommendation is subject to that. So 2 Section 106 is one for the education contributions and one is for this late-stage review. So at a certain point where the development is actually happening, it will be reviewed again, and if it strays into that point of viability, that it is viable, then there could be a contribution towards affordable housing.
Thank you. No other questions? We'll go to debates. Any member? Okay, we'll go to the vote then. So the recommendation is to permit. Those in favour, please show. I think that's unanimous. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. Okay, so we'll now go on to the next one, which is Oakley Farm. We'll just wait a minute for people to clear and the officers to change over. I know, yeah. Okay, I think it's been suggested we have a comfort break. I'm sorry, people in the galleries, I know you've had a long evening. There we go. You may need a comfort break too. So comfort break back at 15:15. Please, no later. Thank you. I think all councillors are back. Yeah. Okay, so now we then move on to item 6C, which is Oakley Farm. And I'll ask Lucy White to introduce the item. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. This is a variation of condition application, section 73, varying condition 13, which relates to access arrangements onto Harp Hill and road gradients. And condition 13 is a part of outline planning permission, 21069. And it...
Lucy, some members are struggling to hear. Could you perhaps move the mic a bit closer? Or sorry.
I'll talk a bit louder. It's okay. Okay, where was it? So it's the variation is a revised wording of condition 13 in respect of road gradient lengths. Just to remind members that the outline planning permission was for the construction of up to 250 dwellings at Oakley Farm, and it was granted on appeal on the 5th of October 2022, with all matters reserved for future consideration. So that's layout, scale, appearance, landscaping and access. The permission is subject to 31 conditions and 5 Section 106 legal agreements. Just by way of background, an application for approval of reserved matters, so that's for access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale, in accordance with the terms of the outline planning permission, was submitted in October 2023. The details also submitted were in relation to conditions 6, 9, 13 and 25, so discharging some of the other details required by those conditions. This application, members will recall, was deferred at December's Planning Committee, and the reasons were that the proposed access and road design failed to comply with all requirements of condition 13. So in that respect, road gradients between 1 in 20 and 1 in 12 exceeded 30 metres in length. Although where gradients of 1 in 12 are proposed, they do not exceed 30 metres in length. So that non-compliance has led to this current Section 73 application to vary the condition. I'm pretty certain that members are familiar with the site and where it is, but obviously we have the residential development of Oakley Grange to the north, Wessex Drive to the west, Hewlett's Reservoir to the east, and the houses on Harp Hill to the south. And the site is located within the area of outstanding natural beauty. This was the illustrative master plan, the original one submitted for the outline planning permission. And this was the alternative illustrative master plan that was requested by the inspector to demonstrate the outline scheme's compliance with Manual for Gloucestershire Streets in relation to road gradients. The outline plan permission is also subject to various parameter plans, and the reserved matters scheme must be in general or substantial accordance with those parameter plans. So this one is the land use plan. So it's built development to the north, a retained landscape strip to the south with the highway flexibility zone in that purple pink hatched area. And a building heights parameter plan, the darker shaded areas where building heights are the greatest. And an access and movements parameter plan, again illustrating where the highway flexibility zone and the access from Harp Hill is permitted to come in. These are just shown for background. These are not obviously to be reconsidered as part of this Section 73 application. And this is the reserved matters master plan as currently submitted. But again, this is not for consideration this evening. As part of this Section 73 application, the applicant has provided some additional supporting drawings, and this one illustrates the current reserved matters road gradients layout. So the blue areas are the extent of the 1 in 12 gradient sections, and the orange areas are the extent where the scheme is between 1 and 20 and 100 gradients, and the remaining areas are where it's between 1 and 20 and 1 in 12. So it's currently not in accordance with the current condition 13 wording. And I will ask the Highway Authority to perhaps expand on that if there are questions on that drawing. But it's been submitted as support only, additional information. It's not for approval this evening because it relates to the Reserve Matters application. And this is a layout showing the current Reserve Matters scheme's compliance with Manual for Gloucester for Streets, and you'll see that the scheme is I'm going to say MFGS because it's easier to say that each time. So MFGS compliant. And again, some longitudinal sections which, if there are questions on that, the Highway Authority will respond. And this is a drawing that shows the alternative master plan gradients and how that would be constructed on site. And again, I'm not technically expert enough to describe that or comment on that specifically, but it illustrates the difficulties in terms of raising ground levels in the north and cutting into the land in the south. So the key planning matters are the acceptability of allowing greater flexibility in lengths of road gradients between 1 in 20 and 1 in 12, but with gradients of 1 in 12 still not exceeding 30 metres in length. Whether the proposed variation of condition 13 and subsequent Reserve Matters scheme conforms with the required standards set by MFGS. Road user accessibility and highway safety, and the statutory consultative response from the Highway Authority is key to that. The potential adverse impacts on the environment and designated heritage assets at Reserve Matters stage should condition 13 remain unchanged. And within that, you've got the wider character and landscape qualities of the Cotswold National Landscape to consider, the impact on TPO trees and other landscape features, an impact on the Grade 2 listed structures at Hewlett's Reservoir and the ridge and furrow landform in the southern field parcels. The potential impact on the amenities of neighbouring properties at Reserve Matters stage should condition 13 remain unchanged, and the Council's 5-year housing land supply position and the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development. And with that in mind, one also needs to consider the ambiguity in the current wording of 13, whether condition 13 as currently worded is ambiguous. The legal advice received from Council and the relevant sections of the appeal decision and the inspector's conclusions on road gradients. I wouldn't say those are key planning matters, but they're matters to bear in mind. So just looking at those in turn and summarising, in consultation with the Highway Authority, officers consider that allowing greater flexibility in road gradients between 1 in 20 and 1 in 12, and that is allowing 1 in 20 and 1 in 12 road gradient sections that exceed 30 metres in length, is a practical and appropriate solution to the site's challenging topography and difficulties encountered at the Reserve Matters stage. Fundamentally, the Highway Authority does not object to this flexibility in road gradients and the subsequent variation to the terms of Condition 13. Importantly, the Highway Authority considers both the amended condition wording, as suggested by officers, and the Reserve Matters scheme currently before the Council. They consider that MFGS compliant and the roads of adoptable standard. With this in mind, members' attention should be drawn to the relevant sections of the appeal decision, which are set out in the officer report, and in particular paragraph 76, which raises little doubt that compliance with MFGS was the objective and purpose of Condition 13 in respect of road gradients. Paragraph 75 concludes that the requirements of MFGS are more stringent than other recognised technical guidance, and that given it has been demonstrated that it is possible to design a scheme that is MFGS compliant, there is no good reason why a suitably worded condition cannot be imposed. The appeal decision letter is clear on the purpose of condition 13 and the need for an MFGS compliant reserve matters scheme. The suggested revised terms for condition 13 meet those same purposes and objectives in terms of delivering an MFGS compliant scheme. Reference to MFGS has been added to the revised wording, which also provides the clarity needed on proposed gradient lengths between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12, but also noting that MFGS is silent on this matter. In addition, where gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12 exceed 30 metres in length, the revised terms would give the Council the necessary control at reserve matter stage over any potential impacts on the environment, heritage assets and neighbour amenity when assessing these gradient lengths. Members should also bear in mind that outline planning permission was granted on the basis of an alternative illustrative master plan, which was produced specifically to demonstrate that an MFGS compliant scheme was achievable for this site. However, officers maintain that this master plan was produced without a thorough assessment and testing of the engineering works necessary to construct 250 dwellings within that illustrative road layout. Now, with the benefit of a fully worked up reserve matter scheme, more is known about the site's topography and the significant engineering, ground and drainage works that are required to facilitate the development. Although members are not being asked to consider the merits of the currently submitted reserve matter scheme or its compliance with condition 13, amended or not, both the applicant and Highway Authority have highlighted the potential adverse environmental and amenity impacts of designing a scheme within the terms of the current condition wording. These adverse effects would not be alleviated significantly enough should the number of proposed dwellings be reduced from the 250 currently proposed, as the characteristics of the site's topography and the basic engineering works necessary to construct a road layout across the site would remain the same. And with that and all other matters in mind, officers have taken account of the Council's lack of a 5-year housing land supply and the tilted balance in favour of development, sustainable development. The contribution of 250 dwellings, which includes 100 affordable dwellings, weighs heavily in the planning balance. So, as set out in the officer report, the adverse effects of the proposals do not outweigh the benefits, and the recommendation is to permit and thereby grant a new outline planning permission for up to 250 dwellings. All of the other conditions imposed on the original outline consent would remain the same. Note that the decision would be issued upon completion of the necessary deed of variation of one of the original 106 agreements, which has not been completed yet. So, the condition has been amended as in the blue highlighted text there, and you'll see that I've suggested an alternative condition wording to that proposed by the applicant. This is to provide the necessary clarity and control in respect to gradient lengths between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12, and to remove any ambiguity. At reserve matters stage, the applicant would need to demonstrate that site typography and the need to retain important existing landscape features and protect both the environment and amenities of neighbouring land users necessitate proposed gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12 in excess of 30 metre lengths. Before we move on to other speakers and the debate, I'd just like to stress that the considerations for members are not limited to the legal advice received. So that's the two council opinions, applicant and the council, and whether there is any ambiguity in the current condition wording. Neither should a review of the public inquiry, cross-examination and discussion over road gradients and site typography, and from that an attempt to ascertain what the inspector had intended in terms of condition 13. None of those should be determining factors. They are relevant, but they are not determining factors. It is the content of the final appeal decision letter that defines the outline permission. What members must be mindful of, however, is the purpose of a Section 73, or a variation of condition application such as this. It's not uncommon for issues or problems to arise subsequent to a planning permission. This application type exists to allow consideration of a scheme revision or variation of a condition to address those issues. Therefore, what members are being asked to consider is whether the revised terms of condition 13, which would allow the flexibility in road gradient lengths between 1 and 21 and 12, whilst importantly still in accordance with MFGS, is acceptable or not. Put simply, the fact that the appeal inspector imposed the conditions currently worded and considered it necessary to make the scheme acceptable, and that there is no clear ambiguity in its current wording, are not sufficient reasons on their own to warrant a refusal of the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Okay, so we have 3 speakers, each have up to 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to call Claire Thompson. Claire, let me just set my timer. Okay, off we go.
Good evening, everyone. Following on from the deferment of the Oakley Farm Reserve Matters application, you are asked this evening to consider a new associated application to vary the wording of Condition 13. It seems to those of us who are challenging this proposal that what you are considering is a variation such that the condition aligns with the proposed scheme as opposed to the scheme aligning with the condition. Condition 13 relates to the very important matter of site gradients. Gradients are important because they will have an impact on future residents. They relate not only to vehicles, but to all users, including pedestrians, families with small children, the elderly, people with mobility issues, and cyclists. Overly steep gradients, as proposed, especially when they apply to 56% of the main access road, as illustrated in response documents submitted by friends of Oakley Farm, would have the potential to make life difficult for many. This applies especially on a site which does not comply wholly with the manual for Gloucestershire streets, let alone the more stringent Condition 13. Steep gradients also hinder Cheltenham's net zero objectives to encourage walking and cycling as opposed to car use. So let's refer back to the appeal. In reaching his conclusion, the appeal inspector carried out a planning balance exercise to determine the appeal. We all know about the housing shortage in our town and agree that this site can provide homes, but like the inspector, we must be fair to the people who will live in these homes and guarantee safe, permeable and suitable access for all users. All of this was shown to be feasible at appeal. The issue now is that the applicant disputes this, perhaps because to comply might require a small reduction in the number of houses. So moving on to Condition 13. The applicant's proposal to revise the condition was initially solely to remove perceived ambiguity and therefore enhance clarity. It is now agreed by all non-applicant parties that the condition's wording is clear and unambiguous and therefore does not require amendment. On that matter alone, this is sufficient reason to recommend refusal. However, the application now seems to have an additional purpose, which is to align the condition with the manual for Gloucestershire streets. We have to ask why. The existing condition was formulated at appeal to eliminate alignment with this manual, as GCC claimed its guidance lacked sufficient clarity. Furthermore, the proposed new condition includes considerations such as safety, landscape features and amenity, but these elements are unnecessary and the wording is overly complicated. The current wording already has regard to safe access for all users, and any perceived adverse effects of non-compliance, such as the loss of protected trees and changes to ground level, should be disregarded. These are controlled by other imposed conditions or subject to further applications and planning decisions. To conclude this point, I quote the inspector's words in his decision letter. He said, "The requirement of the condition is fundamental to make the scheme acceptable in planning terms." He went on to say, "Subject to the imposition of these conditions, I conclude that the appeal should be allowed." In other words, the inspector stated quite clearly that without his set conditions, the scheme is unacceptable and should be disallowed. We find the inspector's condition to be clear and concise. We find the variation to be confusing and subjective. To consider the issues of landscape features and the environment in the gradients consideration is not only superfluous, but adds complexity, complication and uncertainty. Councillors, You, from the outset, were not in favour of this development. You spent time and money going to appeal. The National Planning Inspector, recognising the extreme sensitivity of this project, consequently only approved it under strict conditions. Your legal advice was that the Council's interpretation of Condition 13 was the least strained, i.e. essentially correct. Councillors, taking these facts into consideration, are you going to unilaterally vote to amend the Planning Inspector's conditions, ignore your legal advice, make your appeal a wasted exercise, and allow the developers to dictate development policy? There is no ambiguity with the original condition. The application should be refused on this basis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I next call Councillor Chidley. Just bear with me. Ready when you are.
Thank you, Chair. It is vital that councillors such as myself, Councillor Babbage, and those sat on the committee tonight are here to represent the best interests of their constituents when it comes to the changing landscape of their area and the town. I think it might be useful for us to have a quick recap as to how we got here. The original application made by the appellant was rejected by CBC. This decision was then appealed to by the Planning Inspectorate, who overruled CBC's decision on the grounds of house building targets not being met in the area. And I think it's worth emphasising that without the decision of the Inspectorate, we would not be here this evening. Residents in Battledown are aware of the need for more housing in Cheltenham and have accepted the Inspector's decision and therefore the inevitability of this development. You could argue that there is some bias when I say that the residents of Battledown are very reasonable people. They want this development to be the best it can be, for it to become another thriving area of the community. They want it to endure and to prosper. And this requires putting the needs and the living standards of those families who will call Oakley Farm their home first. For that reason, we must remain diligent when it comes to matters such as the wording of Condition 13. The existing wording states, and I know we've already been over this, but gradients up to 1 to 12 are permissible, provided that where they are proposed, they should be limited to the maximum length of 30 metres. So for me, the key here is best practice. The use of up to reflects that any gradient from 120 to up to 112 are only permissible, provided they are not longer than 30 metres. I don't think this is very ambiguous at all. It means that any gradient between those two parameters shouldn't be used for longer than 30 metres. The reason for this is simple, is to ensure that the residents of all ages and abilities can get across the development safely and with ease. I don't think this is asking a lot. I mean, for me, I immediately thought of wheelchair users and what it would mean for them using these roads. And I'm no expert in gradients, but with some light research, I found a chart from the ESL Services. This is a UK-based company that conducts DDA, which is Disability Discrimination Act, Equality Act, and disability access audits. The committee, if they search on their laptops, ESL gradients, they'll see what I'm about to quote. And here are their recommendations for gradients on short access ramps. 1 to 20, ideal for an access ramp. 120 to 115, acceptable ramp. 114 to 112 would require assisted use, so someone pushing someone up that ramp. And 112 would be absolute maximum for safe use with assistance. And bear in mind that these are figures for access ramps to shops and the like, so these wouldn't be more for like 5 metres or so. With the current plans for this development, approximately 56% of the main road's total length surpasses the conditioned maximum gradient of 120, while 20% of the road features a gradient of 112. And ironically, 40 metres of the road leading towards the development's bungalows, which have been allocated as accessible homes, exceeds 112. A gradient so steep, you wouldn't even be able to get an access ramp due to safety concerns. I discussed the safety and accessibility of these gradients because it's exactly what the wording of Condition 13 predicts. Secondly, I know how committed this council is to net zero. However, with the gradients being what they are in this proposal, people won't feel encouraged to ditch the car for walking or cycling, even when it comes down to popping to the local Sainsbury's. Ensuring we have accessible roads is crucial in promoting a sustainable lifestyle. Thirdly, it's also worth noting that the wording of Condition 13 was also agreed upon and imposed by the Inspectorate, the same Inspectorate that I mentioned earlier who overruled this council's decision to reject this development. Fully aware of the purpose and the implications of up to, the inspector had no objections to its inclusion in the condition. His understanding of the condition's necessity in ensuring the safe access to this site reinforces its significance. I must also say it is astonishing that the developer has made suggestions that adhering to the existing wording could harm the landscape, requiring the removal of TPO trees and the raising of the ground level beyond 1.5 metres. For me, I see this as the appellant holding the natural landscape hostage, warning that if the wording is not changed, the residents will be even more sorry than they already are, which in my mind is totally audacious. So then, the wording of Condition 13 must stay as it is. It is clear, precise, and crucial for the project's success in the long term for delivering for future residents of all ages and abilities. The only party to find this current wording ambiguous is the applicant. The inspector understood its significance, recognising without it the appeal would have flopped. So, to conclude then, the safety and practicality of Oakley Farm's future rides on the Condition 13, and any attempt to alter it should be shut down. Thank you very much.
That was an amazingly well-timed speech. Well done.
Oh, I mean, it was rehearsed, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Finally, Councillor Matt Babbage. Matt.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Now, this site will obviously be well known to many of you, and I don't want to unnecessarily repeat what has already been so clearly set out by the previous two speakers, so I'll keep my remarks very brief. Outline permission has been granted, despite the significant concerns of local people, ward councillors, and indeed this committee. We do, however, reluctantly have to accept this, but the development must still be done to an acceptable standard and in accordance with planning rules. The simple fact is that the inspector imposed the existing conditions on the gradients for good reason, to make the site more accessible, sustainable and safe than it would otherwise be. That's for pedestrians, for cyclists and for vehicles, as well as minimising unnecessary engine emissions. If the original application had highlighted all of these problems with gradients, who is to say whether the inspector may have decided the appeal differently? It was an on-balance decision after all, and this could have made all the difference. The developer has now put in further last-minute information to try and scare us off the current condition, reducing the number of trees and increasing embankments and cuttings, and we've heard about the impact that could have on the A1B and listed buildings. But the option that hasn't been looked at is reducing the number of houses. The permission was for up to 250 after all. We should remember that there are already protections for many of those conditions, through conditions for many of those issues that are being raised here, and particularly through TPOs of trees, for example. Committee, I won't go into any more detail other than to simply say I urge you to reject this scare attempt and refuse this change of condition.
Thank you very much, Matt. Okay, so we now move to member questions. I'm sure there might be one or two. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, this application isn't like the one we had in December, which dealt with reserve matters. Whatever we do with this, reserve matters are still to be determined. Thank you. The other thing is that, the other question is, condition 13, who worded it and put it in the appeal decision, please?
Lucy?
The current condition 13 wording and the up to was added after discussion at the inquiry in relation to road gradients. I don't have the detail of those discussions and I'm not entirely sure they're wholly relevant to what we're considering this evening. But it was through the concern of the site topography and obviously trying to achieve an MFGS compliant scheme that the alternative master plan was produced to demonstrate those road gradients, and it was agreed the County Council and the appellant that the up to would be added.
Forgive me, but that was the inspector's wording, wasn't it? That the inspector wrote the letter. And
It wasn't his own wording. It came about through a discussion between the appellant and the County Council, and the inspector accepted that wording because it was agreed between the parties.
I'll just ask.
Yes, just to confirm that there was discussion at the inquiry between the appellants and the County Council in respect of the condition, but ultimately the wording, it's in the decision letter, so it's the inspector's condition. Although it was discussed and the thrust of it was, my recollection is the thrust of it was agreed by the parties, as Lucy says, at the inquiry, but ultimately, if you ask whose condition is it, it's the inspector's condition.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor McCloskey and Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from that comment there, that this condition 13 was the inspector's words. In the inspector's decision letter, he states, the requirement of the condition is fundamental to make the scheme acceptable in planning terms. To my mind, that is unequivocal. Were we minded to take the view that the planning inspector was clear, concise and unambiguous and reject the amendment, what possible appeal grounds could there be if we're actually saying that the inspector was right?
An interesting question. Do we...
Yeah, as I sort of said in my introduction, that the consideration is not solely about the ambiguity or not in the condition wording. It's whether the actual proposed variation to that wording in allowing that greater flexibility in road lengths is acceptable or not. And the comment about conditions being fundamentally necessary, etc., in that last paragraph of the decision letter, that's a common phrase that all inspectors will use, and it refers to the conditions as a whole. It's not specifically related to condition 13. It's the whole suite of conditions that are necessary to make the scheme acceptable, and that's a common phrase that will be provided in a decision letter. Could you rephrase the question about the appeal so I understand it fully?
Yeah. I'm thinking wider than just this application, because we've been into planning appeals with Oakhurst Rise several times, and I'm very reluctant to move from the idea that when a planning inspector speaks, he creates a framework of conditions within which any future development is supposed to happen. And it strikes me that this is an attempt to wriggle out of the constraints that have been put in by this inspector. So I think my question was simply that if we take the view that the inspector is correct, how can anybody appeal against our decision?
Try and help. It's not a matter of whether the inspector is right or wrong. When conditions are imposed by an inspector at an appeal or by this committee in granting permission, you're correct to say you create a framework, but the law acknowledges and the government acknowledges in the National Planning Policy Framework that following the grant of permission, things can change and some of our conditions may need to be changed or modified. And in this particular case, this is it here. what in essence is being asked for is that the the wording of condition 13 should be changed so it provides greater flexibility in terms of the length of roadways at gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12. The inspector's condition and the Cheltenham Borough Council and Gloucestershire County Council are agreed that the inspector's condition 13 provides that lengths of roadway between those gradients of 120 to 112 should be no more than 30 metres. The condition, the application for the modification and the condition as suggested by the planning officer allows for greater lengths than 30 metres at between gradients of 120 and 112, but in so doing is still compliant with the manual for Gloucestershire streets, because the issue here is that the manual for Gloucestershire streets is actually silent on that. The manual says gradients of 112 should be no more than 30 metres, and that isn't changing, but the manual doesn't say anything about the lengths between 120 and 112. The condition imposed by the inspector is read by the council and by Gloucestershire County Council. They take the view that he means that those gradients should also be no more than 30 metres. What is suggested is that is changed to allow between those two gradients lengths of greater than 30 metres, but subject to justification, which is acceptable to planning officers. That's the thrust of it. So what you have to determine is whether, in planning terms, whether you find that acceptable or not. So it's not whether the inspector was right or wrong. That's not relevant. The inspector's condition is there. What you need to decide is whether the proposed modification is acceptable in planning terms or not.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I just feel, I'd like to know, am I right in saying there was some land, it was sold, the person applied for planning application, we rejected it, it went to appeal, and then with planning application embedded, it was then sold to a developer, and somewhere I'm feeling somebody's not done the right calculations. I'm not apportioning blame, but I did make the point, I don't know whether you remember, it wasn't in public, we had a meeting about this, that there was not a single dwelling on that development suitable for an elderly or disabled person, because I took out my OS map and I looked at the gradients. I understood them because I need to see things like that. Has there been a mistake made, or are we accepting that the engineers have found something new?
I mean, you are right. So the applicant who went to appeal got the permission subject to the conditions. That permission was then sold to the current applicant who would have to comply with the conditions. That applicant is not happy with the conditions and therefore seeking to change them. That's my understanding. Am I incorrect? Do you want to speak on that?
I will just add that obviously we're not considering the reserve matters scheme, so I'm not going to comment on the accessibility issues. But the current reserve matters application was subject to a very lengthy pre-application process over the summer last year. In consultation, the applicants undertook their own pre-app with the Highway Authority at the County Council. But unfortunately, it was only at the very latter stages of the Reserve Matters planning application in December last year where this issue in terms of strict compliance with the current terms of Condition 13 was highlighted. Although the scheme is MFGS compliant, and that is the purpose of Condition 13, and if you read the relevant paragraphs of the appeal decision letter, at no point is there any deviation from MFGS. That was the intent of the inspector, to achieve an MFGS compliant layout. And the County Council are happy in terms of the roads being of adoptable standard. So, I lost my train of thought now. It's very late. So yes, so that's how the problem has arisen. It was, despite the lengthy, everything was going along quite happily throughout that pre-app process, and unfortunately it was at the latter stages where this, looked at the very strict wording of Condition 13, that there was this deviation in terms of the road gradient lengths between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12 that exceeded the 30-metre lengths. So hence with the need to vary the condition. But my suggested condition variation wording is still within the spirit and the purpose of it being, of the appeal decision letter, and it being MFGS compliant. And that's the key point. It's still within, it's the purpose of that, of Condition 13 is still there. And actually it provides some additional clarity and control for the council in deciding whether the gradients are between 1 and 20, 1 and 12. For us to determine whether they are absolutely necessary, taking into account the site topography, the engineering works necessary, because there is a planning permission in place for 250 houses. Yes. They need to be built. Yes. And whether the drainage works, etc., and the protection of the GPO trees and all the other landscape features, whether those steeper gradients are necessary to protect that, and also neighbour amenity. So it's ultimately, you may get a better scheme with this condition variation in place than one without.
Thank you. Councillor Chelin.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to check my understanding, and it relates to something that Councillor Babbage said about reducing, it's only up to 250 houses, so there could be fewer houses. And something I think that the planning officer said about there is no point in reducing the number of houses because this wouldn't change the road gradients. Mm. So I suppose I'm wondering if we stick to the current condition, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, is the variant to the condition in order to keep as many houses as possible on that site, or other reasons? I mean, I know you said the topography and such like, but it just seems as if the gradient issue might be related to the number of houses. Sorry.
Well, there was a suggestion, wasn't there, that if you reduce the number of houses, you can get a more gradient compliant scheme, but there's no evidence that that is the case. But I'll let Lucy comment further.
That is the case. But there's no evidence before us, but I've been informed by both the Highway Authority and the appellant that reducing the numbers is unlikely to impact on the road gradients because the site is so steeply sloping that there is only sort of one way that the road can traverse the site. It has to go down like a ski slope. You can't go straight down, obviously, you have to go across contours. And that's not going to change. So you'd have to significantly reduce the numbers, potentially, to achieve the gradients as per the current condition wording. And then, obviously, that has implications in terms of the housing land supply position, and, you know, that's for members to decide. But obviously, you know, we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, and that weighs heavily in the balance. But I will stress again that the Reserve Matters scheme and the current condition wording all sits within the parameters of achieving a manual for Gloucestershire Streets compliant scheme. And the Highway Authority will confirm that this evening. And that is the intent of the original condition 13 wording and the purpose of it. If I could just read out the relevant paragraphs of the appeal decision, which might help members. Got them on the next slide. Am I not going to be connected to this? They're gone. Can you put my back on? Okay, so these are the two relevant paragraphs of the appeal decision letter, and I hope they just provide some sort of clarity on the situation. So paragraph 75, I'm going to read them out verbatim. As the appellant notes, the MFGS has not been consulted upon publicly and has not been through the same statutory processes that govern development plans. The MFGS is ultimately technical guidance. This means it cannot have statutory force, but it should not be ignored. During the inquiry, to address the Council's concerns, the appellant produced an alternative illustrative master plan which demonstrated that a road layout could technically be achieved to comply with the more stringent local MFGS requirements. Just note there that the MFGS requirements are more stringent than other national recognised standards. A condition has also been suggested requiring full compliance with the MFG standards, although the appellant does not consider it to be necessary. In my judgment, this is paragraph 76, the concluding paragraph, in my judgment, there must be some degree of flexibility to take account of natural topography, but developments should be as permeable as possible and offer attractive pedestrian cycle routes, which are accessible for all users. Given it has been demonstrated that it is possible to design a scheme that would adhere to the Manual for Gloucestershire Streets, I see no good reason why a suitably worded condition cannot be imposed in this instance. In these circumstances, no objections with respect to gradients can be sustained, nor can it be a reason for the appeal to fail. The current reserve matters scheme before us adheres to MFGS. So officers consider it reasonable to vary the condition accordingly to allow that greater flexibility between gradients 1 in 20 and 1 in 12, noting that the MFGS is silent on that issue. It only limits the 30 metres to 1 in 12. The flexibility it's not prevented. It's not limited through the MFGC, so we see no reason. And again, the Highway Authority have confirmed they have no objection to the variation of condition wording in terms of road safety and access. And perhaps this might be a good point for Highway Authority to step in and confirm that.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yeah, I can confirm that. I'd better explain the Manual for Gloucestershire Streets, what it actually says and why it might not be particularly helpful on this point. It actually says gradients should be 1 in 20, but consideration will be given to 1 in 12. And then it goes on to say where a 1 in 12 gradient is proposed, no length shall exceed 30 metres. So that sounds quite stringent. But it says it only deals with the 1 in 12. It doesn't deal with the 1 in 13, 14, and right through to 1 in 20. So that's why it needs to be amended to deal with those gradients. But I do support the revised condition. I think it helps highlight the issues that need to be balanced in arriving at gradients on this site that work.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bamford.
Thank you, Chair. We seem to have two debates. I'm more onto the debate than a question here, but I think there is a question at the end. We have a potential trade-off here on number of houses, gradient, and whether or not actually that trade-off doesn't need to be considered because actually we've got something before us that makes good sense anyway. But that's for us to determine through debate and at the end of the piece. I don't think, though, we've answered Councillor McCloskey's question, which was, were we minded to reject this, and particularly given our discussion earlier, I think this is particularly relevant. would it be a legitimate position to say that we have a very clear instruction from the planning inspector here, and this would give the very little wriggle room for the applicant to go back to challenge our refusal? I'm not saying I would vote for a refusal. I'm just saying, were that the case, would we have good grounds along the lines that Councillor McCloskey was talking earlier?
Thank you. Chris will respond.
Thank you, Chair. It's correct, of course, that the inspector said that the condition was necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. But I think committee have to bear in mind that all conditions imposed on planning permissions are necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. That's one of the tests for conditions. So all planning permissions that we grant and all of the conditions on those planning permissions, those conditions are necessary to make the development acceptable. Despite that, the legislation does enable conditions to be subsequently amended. So in the event that the committee were to refuse the application to amend the condition, in principle, so simply because it was different to what the inspector imposed, that would obviously be directly contrary to what the legislation enables applicants to do. So in my view, that would put the council in a completely undefendable position at appeal. As the legal advisor has said, the committee needs to focus on whether the revised condition is acceptable in planning terms or not. Ultimately, the legislation enables conditions to be amended. So, as I say, the committee isn't in a position to be able to refuse the application in principle, simply because it's different to what the inspector imposed. I mean, technically the committee could, but that decision would be undefendable in my view.
Thanks, Chris. I think the answer is no then. Thanks.
Can I just clarify that, Chris? So surely if the committee thinks that this amendment weakens the application or does not accord with policy, we can move refusal, provided we've got planning grounds to do so, and then the application will revert back to the original condition.
That's correct, Chair. Yeah.
Okay. Next, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief because I think the answer, I know the answer. But the legal advice said that, yes, condition 13 provides the framework. It must be done up to 250 homes in that framework. And then he said, unless circumstances change, that condition would stand. So what circumstances have changed here? The site is the same, the slope is the same, the trees are the same. So that's my question.
Sorry, none of us quite understand the premise of the question.
My understanding was the legal expert said that the condition put in by the inspector, condition 13, taking on what Paul said, it was effectively sets the framework for the development. And my understanding was, you said, that condition would only be changed if the circumstances have changed, if the events have changed, to give reason for that condition to be changed. And I'm asking the question, has circumstances changed? Has the site changed? Has the slope changed? Has anything about the site changed to give rise to the need for the condition to be changed?
I think, and say I'm not a planning officer, so please come in if I get this wrong. The issue is that the reserve matters application has been made, and the proposals with the road as shown largely in accordance with the alternative illustrative master plan. It's the design of the road. It was realised late on in the sort of reserve matters application that the design of the road is not in accordance with condition 13 because there are gradients on the road which are between grading of 120 and 112, which are more than 30 metres. And so what they're asking for is a different condition which allows the gradients as per the Reserve Matters application. And so, just to sort of finish, going to follow on from the last issue, so what you need to determine is whether or not you find that acceptable in planning terms.
So just to add to that in terms of how circumstances might have changed since the appeal decision. Obviously, when a developer comes on board and they start doing their initial assessment and testing of the site, far more now is known about the topography of the site, the drainage issues, and the engineering works necessary to get that road through, whether it's for 100 houses or 250 houses. There's not going to be a huge amount of difference. So it's that next stage in the assessment of a site, and no one had that knowledge at the appeal and at the outline planning permission stage. The illustrative master plan was just that, an illustrative master plan. There was no thorough testing or assessment of the engineering works that would be necessary to build out a scheme. No consideration of house types, sizes of buildings, the associated landscaping associated with that, and the curtilages. None of that was known. That information obviously came through the reserve matters and the progression of that application. So that's where circumstances have changed. And that is the purpose of a Section 73 application, where issues arise subsequent to a planning permission. You have an opportunity through the Section 73 process to address those issues. And officers feel this is a pragmatic and reasonable solution to the problems associated with the specific wording of Condition 13. But again, the revised wording is still has the same intent in terms of achieving an MFGS compliant scheme with a highway authority content that it is in compliance with MFGS and the roads would be adoptable. And if you're in an appeal situation with those parameters and that reasoning behind the original decision, I think it would be undefendable to a large extent.
Councillor Fisher.
Just very briefly, Councillor Clark said about the outline application. We never determined the outline application. That was done by out of time, and the applicant went straight to appeal. So nobody in this planning committee has ever made or seen a report about the outline application because it went straight to appeal with out of time. Non-determination, sorry.
No, there was a report to planning committee with putative reasons for refusal.
Yes. But the application was never put to the planning committee in its round because it was never completed because the applicant went straight for non-determination very early, as he has done before, which he's entitled to do. The other thing is, our senior planner said all conditions are amendable. Very true. But all my understanding with my ears, all conditions are appealable. And as the applicant accepted the appeal inspector's conditions, he should appeal to the inspector for the condition that he put on, because we had nothing to do with it. And we're asking to be making a decision on it. The decision on this number 13 is not ours to make, it's the inspector's, because he put it on.
Well, I don't think that's quite correct, but I'll let the officer respond if he would like to.
I think the issue is the Condition 13, as contained in the decision letter, is condition 13. What the issue is whether there should be a condition in place of condition 13, which is the purpose of section 73, because since the grant of outline permission, as is very, very common, as the planning officer has said, work is done, things are realised, the scheme which the developer wants to bring forward means it doesn't comply strictly with condition 13, hence the need to modify it. And the issue is whether you have another condition which is just as compliant with the manual for Gloucestershire streets as condition 13, just allows more flexibility. And I think, just because everyone's quoting from the decision letter, the purpose of condition 13 was to ensure compliance with the manual for Gloucestershire streets. What the planning officer has said is the proposed new condition is also compliant. So the issue is what you need to identify planning grounds as to why you don't want to accept the revised condition 13. And the difference between the two is whether gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12 should be limited to 30 metres or not. The manual is silent, so you could say that the condition created by the inspector, that limit is not in the manual for Gloucestershire streets. So the issue is, do you want to justify keeping those gradients at 30 metres or not?
Sorry, it's getting late. The appeal office inspector's decision, has anybody consulted him?
No, we're outside the time frame for doing that. It would have been 6 weeks post the decision being issued, so no. But again, the officers have concluded there is the condition wording currently is not unambiguous.
Okay, and I have Councillor Andrews, then Councillor Wheeler.
I know you despise hypothetical questions, but in the event of us insisting on one of the versions of the interpretations of Condition 13 and the associated works that would go with it, do you believe they might be reaching for the old viability assessment if this was to happen?
I think this is pure speculation. I can't comment on that.
Councillor Wheeler, sorry.
Yeah, fine. I'm just thinking, maybe I've missed it. I don't think I have, because we haven't commented on it. But what we're saying is, for instance, if it was 1 in 12, it must be no more than 30 metres. But what you're suggesting is if it's 1 in 20, are we saying there is no limit on how far it is? Or have we got some sort of sliding scale where 1 in 12 should be no more than 30 metres, 1 in 20 could be as long as 40 metres? I don't seem to see anything there. It's either 30 metres or less than 1 in 12 is doesn't exist. It can be for any length at all.
In response to that, obviously road gradients would be considered at reserve matters stage, and we haven't got to that point yet of determining that application. My suggested wording has that extra control in terms of where gradients between 1 and 21 and 12 are proposed. The applicant needs to provide the evidence to substantiate the need for those gradient lengths, which could be 31, it could be 40, could be more. Again, that will be considered as part of the Reserve Matters application. So they will need to provide that evidence and demonstrate that in terms of protecting the landscape features and neighbour amenity and the environment in general, they will need to, the local planning authority will need to be satisfied that those gradients are absolutely necessary at the increased lengths. So if, in effect, the officer suggested wording adds that little bit of extra control, and it provides the clarity in terms of gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12, because you could argue that the current condition 13 wording doesn't cover gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12, only the 1 and 12 gradients. So yes, I'm confident that the revised wording is still manual for Gloucester Streets compliant, and it provides that extra clarity and that extra control for the council at reserve matter stage.
Okay. And just before we go to debate, I'm just going to ask the Highways Officer whether he would like to make any further comments from a Highways perspective.
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go into the debate then. Who would like to kick off?
Someone's got to.
Someone's got to. Thank you.
Else we'll be here till breakfast. First of all, members of the committee, we know that this does not affect our 5-year housing land supply, because it is an amendment to only if the reserve matters were determined. It's an outline application, it's an outline permission at the moment, and this isn't determining, as you said earlier in the questions, that this is not determining the reserve matters. So therefore, I consider that until the reserve matters are agreed and passed, that this is still an outline application that we're talking about, so it does not affect our 5-year housing land supply. And after that, also what the officer from the highway said, it is a consultee, but this is guidance at Gloucester Streets. It is not mandatory, and it is not enforceable to the letter. Really, the simplicity of this is that I believe we should not accept this amended thing because we never put it in. And I'm not here to tell an inspector that he's got it wrong. If I try to do that in a planning meeting, I get hung to go against what the planning inspectorate has said. Now, all we need to do is advise the applicant that all conditions are appealable, and could he appeal to the planning inspectorate? Because if we refuse this today, he will appeal, and it will go to the planning inspectorate. That's what he should have done in the first place, because the times I've been told that all conditions are appealable. Perhaps there's other conditions when they get further into the application on reserve matters that they may want to appeal. It's not, we have not determined this application in any way, shape or form, this council, this committee. And therefore, the argument, by his own choice, the applicant went straight to the inspectorate because he's determined, not determined in time with the 13 weeks or the 20 odd weeks, and would not agree an extension. It's of his own making in some respects, because he hasn't looked at the topography until after the appeal. Now he's looking at it and, you know, I worked at GCHQ, I know how steep Harphill is. And I know we used to close T-block, the entrance at Harphill, when it snowed, because nobody could get up there. We all had to come up through the bottom and struggle up the hill with cars parked at the bottom. But we should refuse this and advise the applicant, and I accept that we're going to get some houses on Harphill and it will help our 5-year land supply. when we get the full application. But let's get it right. He's chosen to deal with the inspectorate direct. Let him continue to do that.
That's all well and good. We just have to remember that if we are going to refuse it, we need to have the planning grounds to refuse it. You can't just refuse it for the reason you've just said. So we will need some planning grounds for refusing this. So that's something for you to think about, and I'll take other people, okay? Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this isn't an easy decision, I suppose. And by the amount of debate, it clearly is causing some concerns. But we've had clear indications from all of our officers that to go against this would be indefensible. I can't see why, as a planning committee, we're prepared to do that. I think it's just an exercise for disaster, really. And I really implore members to rethink what you've heard from our planning, chief planning officer, from Lucy, from our legal team, you know, what their advice is. And I think to go against that is not our job. And I would implore you to really think hard. I know the chair has already said, if you're going to refuse it, choose your refusal actions carefully, because I think we're hiding to nothing here.
Thank you. Not to mention the highways officers and their view. Okay, thank you, Councillor Barnes. Before Councillor Fisher's signalled to speak again, but can I take anybody else on this one before I go back to Councillor Fisher? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. My computer's battery's run out because it's old and it doesn't hold the charge, but I'm borrowing Councillor Wheeler's. It says in this report, most accepted national guidance and best practice indicate gradients for highways. National guidance. 1 in 12 should be restricted to no greater than 30-metre lengths. That's national guidance. The highways officer, who is a consultee, says the local one is at odds with the national one. But when an inspector looks at it, he will only look at national as the prime guidance. And it does clearly state in there that 1 in 12 which should be restricted to no greater than 30 metres, and we're going to amend it to something different than national guidance. Councillor Chidley also said that people with more than 1 in 12 in a wheelchair have got to be pushed. It's just not feasible. I believe if you want a reason, the national guidance tells us that it should be no more than 30 metres in length, and far be it from me to disagree with national guidance, especially when I agree with it. And the planning inspectorate, the problem that the statutory period has gone is not the residents of Charlton or people like that who are here tonight, but this has all been determined because the applicant would not wait or go through the official procedure. It's of their own making, and nobody, when we had the meeting with the applicant about the reserve matters, nobody mentioned then that we've solved the topography and all of that, so they allowed it to go outside the statutory period, telling us everything was A-OK and they would be bringing forward the reserve matters. December, they brought forward the reserve matters, but somebody said it doesn't comply with either Gloucestershire Streets or the national guidance. Surely the national guidance, it says quite clearly, unless this report is wrong, we should be restricted to no greater than 30 metre lengths. That's enough, I would have thought.
Can I just ask the officers to comment on national guidance in terms of a planning refusal, please?
Just listening to what Councillor Fisher has just said, I think there might be some confusion in terms of gradients at 1 to 12. Both the current condition 13 wording and the proposed limit gradients 1 to 12 to 30 metre lengths only. That's not changed through this section 73 application. That is still applicable. It's the gradients 1 in 19, 18, 17, blah, 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 that allow, there's greater flexibility with those gradients. And obviously it's taken as an average, it could do that. And there are the vertical curve alignments, which County Council will explain if necessary. The MFGS is a more stringent local standard, and it requires 1 in 12 gradients not to exceed 30 metre lengths. And as I understand, that's the same as the national guidance. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. So I don't think whether there's been any confusion there.
Before you comment, can I just ask Highways Officer, I mean, what is this national guidance? Does it trump the Gloucestershire guidance? Is it a planning refusal reason?
Thank you, Chair. The latest national guidance is inclusive mobility if you're dealing with wheelchair access. So I would have said manual for Gloucester Streets is stricter than that because it expressly includes a 30 metre limit on the 1 in 12. What inclusive mobility says is that, I'll read it actually, but even if a pedestrian route has no slopes in excess of 1 in 20, it is important that there are level sections or landings at regular intervals. So what it's essentially trying to do is make sure people have resting places. So they talk about every 500 millimetres change in height, you'd have a landing stage, so would that be every 10 metres effectively. So that's what that document's trying to achieve. It doesn't actually deal with a maximum length. It says as a general rule, however, 1 in 12 should be an absolute maximum. It does talk about short distances, 1,000 millimetres or less, a metre, for example, ramps between bus entrances and the pavements and things like that. So I would say in terms of road alignments, the manual for Gloucester Streets is stricter. But if we updated it to accord with the latest national guidance, we would be having landing stages on the footway at more regular intervals. And that's what we don't have in addition to the manual for Gloucester Streets not dealing with the length of gradients between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12. So I've probably confused things there, but there is some national guidance, and we're not, and the manual for Gloucestershire Streets has not been updated yet to accord with that. But I would say the manual for Gloucester Streets is generally stricter.
But so when this, so assuming if we pass this, it will then a full application will come back with the amended condition. And if they want to put in gradients which are steeper, they have to justify it and put a great explanation as to why. But at that stage, we can still insist on those new wheelchair-type guidelines.
Any consultees can make representations to the planning officer about inclusive mobility. I mean, the County Council's view is just the County Council's view. When that reserve matters comes in, if the current version of Manual for Gloucester Streets is still in force, my advice would be in accordance with that. If we've changed it to accord with new national guidance, it would be in accordance with that.
But what I'm saying is, because you are a consultee, you could stipulate that that's what you wanted.
Yes, we could, yes.
Okay, Councillor Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to get to bottom line here. Basically, all we're talking about is the 1 in 12 to 1 in 20. Less than 1 in 12 is totally unacceptable. Yeah. And 1 in 20, we've got no issues with. If we reject this, against officers' advice, does that mean that we revert back to 1 in 12 being 30 metres, but we've got no control over the length of 1 in 13, 14, 15 to 20, or does it mean that if we keep it, what you're suggesting is we can discuss those at a later stage? I'm just thinking of the dangers of if we vote against this, where exactly do we stand? Do we lose that option in future to put in different gradients or etc.?
If you refuse this application, you're still left with the original condition 13, which says that gradients of 1 and 12 and gradients of between 1 and 13 and 1 and 19 should be no more than 30 metres. So you're left with that.
Not forgetting, of course, that we need to have some planning reasons for refusing this condition. Does anybody else wish to speak? Sorry, yes, Councillor Nelson.
Just briefly, the planning inspector at appeal put in condition 13 for sound planning reasons. Whatever those reasons were for the inspector to put that condition 13 in, surely are the same reasons we should use now.
I think we've had a fairly thorough debate and questioning about why we're going down this alternative route. It gives us more flexibility and more control. That's the point about it. And you know, if we pass this, the application has still got to come back to us as a full application. Anybody else? Okay. And I would just briefly say that I will be supporting the amendment. I think it's you know, it's been well thought out by the officers. It's fully supported by Gloucestershire Highways. You know, we go against this advice at our peril, and we still have an awful lot of control of this application. So let's go to the vote. Unless the officers want to say any final comment.
Yeah, if I may, just a couple of things. Councillor Fisher mentioned the housing land supply position, and that if members refuse this application, it won't count anyway. Currently, the outline planning permission triggered about half the 250 houses in the current housing land supply figure. So if the Section 73 application is refused, and the Reserve Matters scheme therefore is delayed and doesn't come forward and is determined, then subsequently those 140 houses will fall away from the Council's housing land supply. And similarly, without a Reserve Matters approval, you're not going to get the full quota in time. So it will impact on our housing land supply position. It will drop, ultimately, if this application is refused. If I just point you to the condition wording as well, which is in blue, the first sentence in the blue there is the Reserve Matter submissions relating to access are required to be generally designed in accordance with the Manual for Gloucester Streets, which is the more stringent set of standards. That was the intention of the inspector. That is set out in the appeal decision letter. Nothing has changed. By adding the Manual for Gloucester Streets requirement in the revised wording adds that greater control and clarity. And also the current condition 13 wording doesn't, in my view, adequately cover conditions between 1 and 20 and 1 and 12. It just says the maximum and minimum gradients allowable will be 1 and 20, 1 and 100 respectively, save that gradients up to 1 and 12 are permissible, provided that those lengths must not exceed 30 metres. So that you could read that as being, you've got a 30 metre limit between a 1 in 100 and 1 in 12. Well, that's just not going to work. That's just not feasible. And that was a point picked up by the Highway Authority as well. So the suggested rewording adds the flexibility, adds the clarity in terms of gradients between 1 in 20 and 1 in 12, and gives the authority the control over the need for those gradient lengths in excess of 30 metres. So I think it is a better worded condition overall, and it is still requiring the reserve matter scheme to be in full compliance with the Manual for Gloucester Streets.
We had concluded the debate, but Councillor McCloskey.
Thank you. The only reason we're here is that the Friends of Oakley Farm noticed that there were problems with the gradient and so forth, and they produced a very interesting 17-page update to it. And bullet point 17 of theirs says, and I have no reason to disbelieve them, that one section of the access road is a continual slope with an average gradient of 1 in 13.5 for 270 metres, far beyond the conditioned 30-metre maximum length. Now, is your condition up there going to make sure that we no longer have a road that's 270 metres long at 1 in 13.5?
Well, the applicant will need to go back and produce that evidence at Reserve Matters before it's before Planning Committee, and officers will need to be satisfied that the need for those gradient lengths, whether they're 270 or 40 metres, are necessary. And we'll be having discussions with the applicant on that and in consultation with the Highway Authority. But ultimately, you know, if the Highway Authority is satisfied that the scheme is MFGS compliant and the roads are adoptable, and in having those slightly steeper gradients over longer lengths protects the environment, protects the landscape features, protects the TPO trees, and removes a requirement or minimises a requirement for significant raising of ground levels and cutting into the upper slopes and having to add higher retaining walls throughout the site, which will impact not only on the environment but also on neighbouring properties in terms of overlooking. And that is the scenario ahead of us.
So you're saying that's a debate for tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm conscious that I don't want to be getting into the same situation we had with the earlier application. I haven't heard any reasons from anybody, planning reasons, to refuse this. Can I just get an indication from people? Could they indicate if they're minded to refuse this, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're now going to go to the votes, and the vote, so the recommendation is to permit. So those in favour, please show. Okay, thank you. Those against? That's fine. No abstentions. That's carried. Thank you all very much. Okay. Just the 2 more applications, guys. Sorry? No, yeah, well, possibly. Depends if you want to speak or not.
Don't forget, if you get to 10 o'clock, you've got a vote to continue.
If we're here at 10 o'clock, I'm going to resign. Right, okay. Next item then is item 6D, which is 16 El Dorado Road. And Victoria, thank you for being so patient. Off you go.
I mean, mine just... I've forgotten my password.
Just quickly, a point while she's getting into her password. If we're likely to go beyond 10, we need to vote that we're prepared to.
I just said that. Councillor Seacombe. Is it on? No. Yes, it's going out live on YouTube. People. Let's try that one. Yeah. I know. Okay, no, we're not going to get this to work. Brilliant. It was working absolutely fine. I blame Lucy.
What do you want me to do? Hang on.
Something's happening.
No, you could see the desktop of the spare screen over there. That's what I
Okay,
thought.
so we haven't got the presentation.
That's the desktop on that spare PC window over there. Because Vicky's got the screen share up on hers. Chris, can you try it on yours presentation?
Yeah, bear with me.
It's because it's past our bedtime. It's just the top and back, isn't it?
Eldorado, flat one.
Yeah, because I've taken it out the back and front.
Could I have the wire?
Yeah.
No pressure, Chris, you can do it.
Do you want me to scroll through it, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, I think it's got a couple of episodes. Yeah. Got it?
I've no answer for this.
That's strange, is it?
Yeah, that's really
Because
strange.
it worked earlier.
Yeah.
Do you need presentations for your items?
Do you want me to just do it without present?
All the presentations have been circulated to members prior.
Should I
I have no idea why it's
just
not
talk?
working.
Members, we haven't got, for some reason it's all gone down now. Obviously the presentation has been emailed to all of us. So I'm going to let Victoria introduce the item. And if you need to, you can look at the item on your emails.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Chair. So this application is flat 1, 16 Eldorado Road. It's the replacement of 3 windows with 3 white aluminium windows. The application is at Planning Committee as Cheltenham Borough Homes is the applicant and Cheltenham Borough Council are the landowner. Don't know if anyone's got the... So the first slide shows the site location plan and the Google Earth image. The replacement windows are in a side, flat roof side addition to the property. If you look at slide 3, you will see that addition to the side, and you can see that one of the windows that will be replaced. The next slide is a Google Earth image. This is showing the rear of the property, and the single-storey addition where the windows will be replaced is to the right-hand side. The next slide shows the 3 windows that will be replaced. There's a hall window to the front, a kitchen window to the side, and a bathroom window to the rear. The next slide shows the floor plan showing the location of the windows and the design of proposed replacement windows. You will see they're similar in design to existing. And the main planning considerations is design and conservation area, neighbouring amenity and sustainability.
And having considered all the relevant planning matters for the reasons discussed in the officer's report, the recommendation is to permit the revised application subject to conditions, which is time and the approved plan condition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Victoria. Any questions, members? Straight to debate. Any debate? Thank you, Paul.
Just a quick question. I'm struggling to find my place, but if this is for flat 1, why aren't we doing the whole building if it's our building, or am I missing the point?
The application is just for flat 1, so we are here to just consider flat 1. They haven't proposed to replace the other windows. I don't know why, unfortunately.
Do we know, obviously you've been there, I haven't. Have the other flats got aluminium powder coated windows, or have they got Krytals?
Yeah. So in the main building, they're wood windows, slide and sash. In this small single-storey flat roof addition to the side, they're currently metal. So they are different, but you'll see that the single-storey addition to the side is a new addition. And they're very run down at the moment, these windows. So the proposed replacement windows are aluminium, and they will have a similar visual appearance.
The windows are absolute disaster. So anything would be better than that.
Should we go to the debate? Anybody wish to speak? Councillor Seacombe?
Well, all I'll say is it is in my ward. I know the building. I've been there for 24 years, and I feel that putting these windows in, new windows in, would make no difference whatsoever to the visual appearance. And I would suggest that we went ahead with your next suggestion, which is to go to the vote.
I thought you were going to move refusal. Right, okay. Councillor Wheeler?
Yeah, just very quickly, and I'm sure Cheltenham Borough Homes will be doing so. When we say aluminium windows, I'm assuming that they will be thermally broken. We won't just be having simple aluminium frames.
Don't know.
I don't know. They're going to be double glazed. I know that. They've given limited information, just the drawings that are part of the application. So I don't know the technical details of the project.
If I may, yeah, because if they're not thermally broken, that creates lots of problems. I would guess that they will be thermally broken because most are. Basically, you've got aluminium on the outside. Sometimes you've got plastic on the inside, but the two halves aren't actually joined other than by a piece of plastic. Sometimes they're rigid, sometimes they're a resin to hold the two to stop the cold, because otherwise you get what happened with some of the earlier, a cold day, although it's double glazed, the inside of the frame freezes up. I think I'll just have to trust on that one.
Okay. Yeah, those in favour, please show. Thank you. No, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll then move on to Dynus Road. Welcome back, Ben.
I'll try it. Just earlier.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So planning permission is being sought for the addition of external insulation to 17 properties in Deaners Road. The application is at Planning Committee as Cheltenham Borough Council is the applicant and the landowner. Site location plan here. So, as I said, 17 properties dotted about across Deaners Road, or Diners Road, I don't know how you say it. Diners. So some images here just of what the existing buildings look like. They've got slight variations in terms of porches, but broadly all of the same form, design and finish with red brick. You'll see on that photo that a change has already occurred to the front of that one property, so there is some variation in brickwork, but still of a red brick finish. This is just to show some of the context, so it's referred to in the report that this close is accessed off of the application site road and already includes a mix of brickwork and render, showing a bit of variation in the materials, and the same as on Warden Hill Road, so red brick and render is used there as well. So as I said, the application proposes the addition of external insulation to a number of properties. The insulation has a depth of approximately 150 millimetres and therefore will nominally increase the footprint of the properties that it's proposed to. In terms of design and finish, the works would result in the main elevations of the properties being finished in render with a brick slip detail to the corners of the properties and at the lower level on the front and side elevations. The image on the screen there is an image of existing and proposed, so how it would look is the image on the right. So the key planning matters here are design, impact on amenity and sustainability. Officer recommendation is to permit the application subject to conditions, the usual time and approved plans, and then a condition just requiring the brick slip detailing to be in accordance with the details that have already been submitted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions, members? Councillor McCloskey?
Just a quick one before we go to the vote. There's some discussion in there that semi-detached ones, we're only going to do half. I assume that is because that council house has been sold off. In the interest of harmony in the street, is it possible to make an offer to the other houses that for the same price as you're paying for the CBH ones, they could pay for their own to be done, and then the semi-detached ones would all look the same? So the assumption is that they've been sold off.
I'm not sure that's a planning matter, but...
So I think the likelihood is that yes, the works are being proposed to any that are currently within the ownership of Cheltenham Borough Council. I don't know if the other properties have been sold previously or what, but there are instances where only one half are being proposed. We can only consider what's being submitted at the moment, whether it's acceptable or not. I'd suggest, yeah, as Chair said, I don't think whether others can do it at a different price or at the same time is a matter for us, but for maybe to be presented to Cheltenham Borough Council, either by yourselves or applicants, owners next door, when they see the work happening, approaching themselves.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, but okay. Councillor Wheeler.
Yeah, I don't want to downcry the principle. I know it's immensely helpful, this external insulation. I do know of a number of people that have had it done on park homes, and they say it makes an enormous difference in fuel saving. So I don't want to downcry. The only little concern I have got, in a lot of places within my ward, particularly where they've got the mock brick effect, it seems to be damaged very easily because you've only got that thin skin, and if it's damaged, all you see is the foam underneath. I'm just thinking if it's done as a rendered finish, those could be repaired, whereas repair to mock brick doesn't work. So it's just we need to give this, or whoever's doing the job needs to give this some concern. If it gets damaged, how easy is it going to be to put it right?
Councillor Seacombe.
Just to clarify, this is render and not cladding, isn't it?
So it's described as render, yes.
I'm just thinking of the Grenfell fire, but it is, it is a safe material.
I can't comment on the safety aspect of it because I don't know the full technical details, but it's described in the application as render and brick slip, detailing.
Obviously, this is part of CBH's plans to improve the housing stock and the energy ratings of it. Can I just ask, there is some situations in our town where we see render, which is awful, where it's been stained within a year and it's all run down. But there are some types of render which don't actually get that damaged by that. Do we know, Ben, whether this render is going to be resilient to future weathering and discolouring?
I don't know. We're limited to the information that's presented in the application. I can have a quick look now to see if there's any technical information, but I'm not aware of specifics. But
it's probably not a planning consideration anyway.
Ultimately, I think it comes down to maintenance, which would be the responsibility of the council as the owners. The same as if it was privately owned, it would be up to them to maintain and make good.
Thank you. Councillor Wheeler, we're in danger of going past 10 o'clock, but hey.
It was just very quickly, this used to be a favourite of Councillor Jeffries. He always used to try and insist on through colour render, which would cover your concerns.
I would quite like, Ben, you just to pick that out with CBH, if you could. Not as a condition, but just as an observation.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Andrews.
I've got a board meeting next week. I'll bring it up myself.
He just crossed it off his job list. Okay, those in favour, please, show. That's unanimous. How amazing. Thank you all very much indeed. Not quite finished. Agenda item 7, appeals update. That's just a matter of note.
Just to point out that I noticed just yesterday that an application we gave permission to, Brecon House, for para 80 houses, or they've altered it to 84 now, is being marketed at 2.7 million if you would like to buy it. That's for the building plot, 20 acres.
Thank you. Okay, no other urgent items. Thank you all very much for your perseverance. 10 o'clock it is. Good night.